Yeah, I forgot I went live already, but my bad. Shit.
Yeah, it's all good.
How's my audio? Is it coming through good or should
Yeah, it's
be
pretty.
good?
Yeah, it's better than usual. Yeah.
It's clear. It's clear. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Good, good. That means that things are correct. Okay, cool. Let's see. What is the name of this mic that I'm using? Okay. I guess this is the right one. Okay. All right, cool. So, oh no, I sent you a bunch of stuff to look at, but I don't know if you have anything in particular. I mean, I have some interesting stuff that I want to look at, but I'm also kind of like scatterbrained. I just been looking at too much shit. That's the problem with the internet is like you just go down fucking like endless rabbit fucking holes. Like I wasn't even looking at the shit. Like, I wasn't looking for the stuff that I sent you earlier, so it's kind of funny I run across all that shit. I guess I'll start off with this one because this is kind of interesting. Let me see if I can pull this up. How's your day going otherwise?
Um, Pretty interesting so far. I think.
That's good. All right, let's see if I can just let me see if I can zoom into this shit real quick. What have you ever watched Redeem Zoomer before?
Yeah. Yeah. He's. I think he went from Calvinist to Presbyterian or something like that. He's a weirdo.
Yeah, isn't that what what's his name promotes? Uh, what's his name? Southern Israelite. Southern Israelite said he's basically a Presbyterian the other day. So I was like, okay,
Yeah, that's the one that
pretty
gives you the
interesting.
most options. Um,
I just like it because it's Scottish, but I don't know much about it to be honest with you. Shit. Let's see here.
yeah, that guy. I forget what his name is.
Yeah, what's up?
The the guy that I was presenting on on John Calvin. It's like Dr. John something. But yeah, that guy's a Presbyterian as well.
Who is it? Who is it then?
Here, hold on, let me look this up.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this other shit up too, but it's like taking me to the wrong. I sent a bunch of people the link too, so we'll see. Somebody should be showing up in a minute. Okay, I think I got it now. Yeah, too many screens open and shit. I also have saving private Ryan's privates in the background too.
Oh yeah, Bruce Gore. Yeah, Bruce Gore, Dr. Bruce Gore. Yeah, that guy's a Calvinist. I mean not a Calvinist, but a Presbyterian. But I think it might be a spin-off of Calvinism, or at least
Right.
it's got some origins there.
Well, the Nick Land comments are pretty interesting too because he's saying like Gnostic Calvinism or something, or I don't know what the fuck, but it's just kind of weird. Like all these old wounds of Christianity are getting reopened, but in like very bizarre kind of ways. So, all right, so can you see? All right, can you see this right here? Try to zoom in.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm radically pro Protestant. I do not support any attempts to make America Catholic. However, I will never partner with the dispensational Zionist evangelical version of anti Catholicism. I don't, so can you help me understand what that means? Because I honestly don't understand. Like, that seems like a contradiction, but
Um I think he's trying to say that he's a pro Protestant and he's not exactly into the nationalist program in terms of Catholicism. He's not really made it clear if he's in line with a nationalistic program in terms of Protestantism, right? But then he's also said that he'll never partner with the dispensational Zionist evangelical version of anti-Catholicism, which I've which is interesting statement, and I don't really know what he's talking about. Right, like I don't know. I can't think of that many groups that are Zionist and anti-Catholic. Or at least it's not a regular occurrence or something that you could really pinpoint throughout history. Like, oh yeah, look at all these radical anti-Catholic Zionists. Like, what the fuck? Like one of the ideas I always give is that Herzl went to the Pope, and offered him the conversion of Jews to Catholicism. And he's possibly the most secular shade of Zionism and whatnot. And I don't know. Generally, I don't know in terms of being pro-Jewish how that would make you anti-Catholic. I don't know how being pro-Protestant would generally make you anti-Catholic either. That to say, I'm radically pro-Protestant. It just seems like it's like he's more trying to bait people with that first line.
Right.
I'm a
Yeah.
radical pro-Protestant.
Radical
Which,
Protestant, but here's my like very specific niche exemptions for that or something like that. So it's like, yeah, pretty weird caveat, I would say. Let me see here.
I could say he's most likely trying to bait Catholics and maybe trying to ask them um if they're pro-Jewish. I don't know.
right.
But he's like kind of
Um,
like afraid to just say it out loud, so he just kind of says this spiel.
let's see here. So I wanted to tell you about this thing that somebody told me yesterday. I want to get your take on this because it might be related to this. I'm not sure. Okay, so they said Saint Ignatius was a Marrano Jew, and Ignatius went to the same college as Erasmus, and Jan Sondonk was pushing both of them, which means that the leader of the anti-Protestant Jesuits and the leader of the Protestant Revolution derived from the same source. So I didn't know exactly what that means, but I was kind of curious if you had any opinion on that take there.
Who's saying this? I've definitely heard that take before.
I don't know if they want to reveal their identity publicly about that opinion, so I'll tell it to you in the private chat. Uh,
Oh,
I'll
okay,
put it in
I
the
see.
private.
Somebody we know, huh?
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat because I don't know if they want me to say that out loud, but because he doesn't come on the panels that much. So
Yeah, I've definitely heard that take before. The Alombardos and whatnot. It's like
right.
secret society.
So yeah, what do you think about that take though? Do you think there's some some fire where that smoke is?
I mean, there's definitely a weird figure, and there's definitely a turning point in history at that time. So what can be said is that, you know, like if you point out like in the 1500s what some of the Catholics were doing, like in like Machiavelli's time, really weird. Like Machiavelli writes about a guy named Cesare Borgia, who's the illegitimate son of the Pope.
I've heard that name before. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I know this sounds weird, but I think that's kind of what the you remember the Adams family? I think that's kind of what that's about. It's like some sort of weird like crypto Catholic family that has a bunch of money and they kind of move to America and it's like some sort of weird like you know yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but yeah, the Adams family is like because it was written by some like Jewish guy in like the '60s or something, and so they had that TV show. But yeah, it's some sort of weird like there's like they're like vampires and like shit like that. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird story, but yeah. And then I have this quote by Giorgiani. This is why Neo-Mithraic Iran, excuse me, needed to lead humanity into disclosure and the singularity, not Christian America, let alone Orthodox Russia, Confucian China, or literal Deva worshipping Hindus. The best remaining option is extremely harsh. So be it. I have no other choice now. So, and if somebody says, what's the best remaining extremely harsh option? That's not something I'm going to share publicly, at least at this time. Certainly, it will be radically undemocratic, and most people will have no say whatsoever in whether it unfolds or how. Burchett shows exactly why the people don't deserve that.
Well, I think um first of all, he's publicly made statements on Twitter about nuking the Iranian people who he says he loves so much. He's also um been seen to derive from a tribe that's not always associated from people inside Iran. I think there might be a possibility that his mother is Jewish or something like that. But also there's like um he's now retracted his pro-Zionist stance earlier. Right? So now he said he was wrong about his Zionist stance, his pro-Zionist stance. And him and a number of other people have also said that. Like, for example, um, you know, I think I think Alex Jones and a few others. Right. So I feel like there's a few people like that are kind of saying like, okay, we don't support this stuff anymore, so on and so forth, and putting their foot down. And it seems to be one of the people who got that memo. Um. So yeah. So I mean, it just I mean, Neo-Mithraic. What does that mean? Isn't Blavatsky pretty much Neo-Mithraic? I don't know.
issue of our time. And they say it's
And then
religious.
and then why does he live here then? Why does he live in America then? If he's saying it's not going to save the world, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you mean it's going to lead the world to a new age, to singularity and whatnot?
See that at all. I don't have any trouble believing that God made something else. I'm Southern Baptist. Jesus died for aliens too. This is the biggest issue of our time. And they say it's, religious, it could wreck religion. So I don't see that at all. I don't have any trouble believing that God made something else. I'm Southern Baptist. Jesus died for aliens too. This is the biggest issue of our time. And they say it's, religious, it could wreck religion. So I don't see that at all. I don't have any trouble believing that God made something else. I'm Southern Baptist. Jesus died for aliens too. This is the biggest issue of our time. And they say it's,
do. And he was so dedicated that he would not surrender.
And I found that according to the chronology found in Seder Olam, the first Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in 422 BC, but in secular chronology, it says that to be 586 or 587 BC. And you notice similar differences, but the most stark difference that I've noticed is that in secular historical chronology, that number is 207. The number for the length of the Persian period is 207 years. But in Seder Olam chronology, that's only 52 years. And I'm like, how can that be?
But let me address that's a very important point you're raising. So the issue is that there's no such thing as something called secular chronology. There's no such term. And in fact, the dating for the destruction of the first temple, 586, is relying on Herodotus. Herodotus wasn't just like wrong. Like we would expect people in the ancient world to be wrong. It was, after all, the ancient world. But Herodotus was a liar, which means he said things that were he knowingly said things that were completely untrue and completely fabricated. And Xenophon and many others, Cicero famously called him the father of all liars. And there are so many studies done on Herodotus claiming to have been somewhere where he wasn't, where he seeing creatures that are just completely outrageous. And in fact, if you, went on any encyclopedia, I'm not looking at it now, but my guess is if you went on, let's say you went on an online encyclopedia, the problem of Herodotus just extravagantly lying, not that he just misapprehended something, but just flat out lied, comes up immediately, and scholars have to deal with this issue. I thought you were going to go to the cuneiforms because we don't really, I think I heard you referring to the Cyrus cylinder. That doesn't really point us in any direction. But the reason why people are first of all, we have a passage in this, and this is how Daniel chapter 11 begins, by letting us know that there are only 4 kings in the Persian Empire, hence the bear with the 3 ribs in its mouth. So it's in Tanakh. It's literally in the Jewish scriptures for a not this bloated Persian Empire, but a rather much shorter bloated empire. Now, the reason why people are making a mistake here. So first, let's settle this point. We're in the year, what are we, 2026, right? So where does that number come from, right? So most people would say 2026 really is counting from the birth of Jesus. As it turns out, so right, like AD, the year of our Lord, people who are not Christians would not want to use that term, would rather use the term CE. But when did people start using this number? When? So that the system was invented in the 6th century by a monk. His name was Dionysius Exiguus. And he came up with it. And we use it. Regrettably, we use it in our, soon we'll be done with it. As it turns out, it's not correct because Jesus, both according to Matthew and Luke, was not born in the year 1. Because according to Matthew, Jesus was born in the year 6 BCE because he was a contemporary of Herod the Great who died in 4 BCE. And according to Luke's infancy narrative, Jesus was born at the time when Tyrannus was the governor of Syria, when Herod Archelaus was removed from power because he was a psychopath. So they're actually 11 years apart. But for the 6th century, it's not bad. He did a fairly good job given the time he lived in. Now, why he was called Dionysius Exiguus, which literally means Danny the dwarf, I don't know. Like that's one question I can't answer. But let's get back to your other question. What happens is I want to steel man this. The other things you mentioned really are not very strong arguments because people later did rely on Herodotus, and their numbers are not clear. But what we do have is tiles, cuneiforms of other kings, more than 4 kings. Now, there is in the secular world, I'm going to use your term, disagreements about the length of reign of different putative Persian kings. But the reason for this is really quite simple, and that is that, let me give you an example as like Indonesia today, the country I lived in. Okay? Indonesia, a country of 17,000 islands. Indonesia became an independent country following the Japanese occupation of World War II, and the Indonesian people fought for their independence and gained it. Indonesia then no longer was a Dutch colony as it was prior to World War II, but now it's an independent republic, the Republic of Indonesia. Okay? But as it turns out, Indonesia was very smart about quite a number of things. And one of them was that on many different islands that are under the complete rule of the Republic of Indonesia, there were kings that existed. And Indonesia allowed those kings to continue. So as we're speaking right now, there are kings or sultans or leaders or however you want to go that have a rule right now over their island. Now they know very, very well that Indonesia, the Republic of Indonesia, is in charge. But as long as they recognize that, then they're able to govern their island, their people, their tribe as they wish. Indonesia is, I believe, of the 57 Islamic countries, is probably the most liberal of the Islamic countries. I think that's the case. But Indonesia, as an example, allows certain areas, certain islands to be governed by different laws. For instance, Aceh is an island in Indonesia that was, unfortunately, is famous because it was slammed by the tsunami of 2004 on December 26, 2004, about 8:45 a.m. It was a massive earthquake in the Indian Ocean that hit Aceh, obliterated it completely, and moved on to Thailand. And it's one of the greatest natural disasters in recorded human history, where not quite 1 million people were killed. It was catastrophic. Aceh became famous because of that, but Aceh is under Sharia law. Indonesia the rest of Indonesia is not under Sharia law. So what is occurring in these countries is that although another empire takes over, there's in many of these very small areas, there's something like a bull state where people are able to maintain a small king, even though there's a completely different empire. And that's what skews the numbers that we have in view today. Now, the secular world, even though they don't like Herodotus, they like the dating of it, because if Daniel, there's a big, why does the secular world not push back against the Herodotus date? Why don't, they're not going to put a dissertation through. The reason for that is there's a prophecy in Daniel that identifies a time period from the destruction of the first temple, destruction of the second temple, to be 490 years. Well, how would Daniel know that? So Daniel poses a problem for academia. Why? Because Daniel very clearly speaks about, as an example, the Antiochus Epiphanes. Very clearly is speaking about the desecration of the temple. Very clearly is speaking about Antiochus Epiphanes IV. Well, how could Daniel, living 2,500 years ago, know about that? So you have to say it's from God, but you can't say it's from God because this is the academic world that rejects that completely. And this is what brings us to our final point. Why is this so germane? So prior to Dionysius,
well, I wonder when he dates the Gospels then, because don't the Gospels and Josephus tell us when the temple was destroyed as well? So wouldn't those be historical references? I don't know.
Yeah, he's definitely doing something very interesting. Like, first of all, questioning Herodotus, which I'm sure people have done before, but he seems to he seems to be implying, in my opinion, like Herodotus is like the first anti-Semite or something, or like it seems like what he's trying to imply or something. I don't know what he's trying to say exactly, but I mean, Herodotus is like our first source on like a lot of stuff. So as far as I'm aware, I mean, so he's just saying everything the guy ever said is a lie. I mean, I don't know. Seems like a pretty big claim there, but I think it's interesting. He lived in Indonesia, and he's like using Indonesia as an example of like how you have like vassal states that kind of run semi-autonomously under something. So it seems like this is like a meta conversation he's having for some reason. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to get at, but
Jewish world always had its system of a calendar, which was very important to us as Jews, and still. So the Jews are counting from creation, or the Jews have what's called the minyan shtaros, which fell out of use, which even though it means a chronology from documents, it really means from Alexander the Great. Why is not germane for this? But the Jews always had to know dates, really had to know dates. Why? Because we have documents that have to be dated, and have to be dated very, very well. And we are, unlike any other nation, we are a living people that have been around for thousands of years. So you can't just make up, we're just going to skip 160 years or add 160 years, because everybody's going to go, what are you talking about? And in every Jewish community in the world, even those that were fairly isolated, let's say Yemen. Now, we always knew there was a significant Jewish community in Yemen. Yemen is a part of the Arabian Peninsula, but we all had the same date. So we have an ongoing date that's unbroken. The reason why the non-Jewish world doesn't have that is what they were relying on. This will now connect all the pieces together. So in the ancient world, when people knew what year it was, so they might use the Olympiad as a dating, or what was most prevalent is the year of a certain king. And you see that in Tanakh as well, and you certainly see that in ancient literature, which you're pointing to. So the reason they get themselves in trouble is they're saying, this is the year of this king or the year of that king. The problem is that when you had an empire, and particularly a Persian Empire and the Greek Empire that would follow when Alexander the Great, the king of Macedon, defeats the Persians in 3 battles, but the most critical one is 334 BCE in the Battle of Granicus. The empire is massive. So it's not like they can control every street corner. Like the United States really has cops in every town in the United States, one of the largest countries in the world. In the ancient world, this didn't go on. In the ancient world, just because Alexander the Great defeated Xerxes in 334 BC at the Battle of Granicus, incidentally, a battle that is so important, which Alexander the Great took part in, it's actually prophesied in Daniel chapter 8, verse 14.
so I think you're starting to get why I played this clip. Like he's kind of saying like Alexander the Great fulfilled Jewish prophecy or something. So I'm like, okay, so I don't know what like. Do you understand what he's trying to imply there? Or?
I'm not sure if he said that, but he is saying that that basically I'm not sure where he's going with this whole idea of Alexander the Great. I think he's just trying to give a chronology of history, and I think he's saying that that chronology is based on the Bible somehow. So interesting. Because he started off this presentation by saying there is no secular chronology. And now he's giving all these historical events. So
I'll back it up in a second so you can hear the question a little more clearly. But yeah, let me let him wrap up really quick because this is important. I'm trying to reverse engineer what he's trying to say in code, because the guy asked him basically like, I kind of believe the Jewish stuff, but you guys have your dates all messed up or something like that. So that's kind of what the premise was. But I'll back up just to be sure. But yeah, but his answer seems very like Talmudic, I would say.
Well, that doesn't mean because Alexander the Great defeats the Persian Empire, and he should not have. That battle, it's a study of that battle is mind. And by the way, it's called the Battle of Granicus because it takes place at the Granicus, at the river of Granicus. There you go. Well, who cares? River, lake, mountain. It really means a lot because the river is in Daniel chapter 8, where you have the ram and the goat. So it's really important to understand how this fits.
Oh, okay.
It's just completely mind blowing. But here's the key point: in the ancient world, when a king defeated another king, so you have a new empire. It's not like everyone suddenly gets a phone call. So everyone goes on the internet and knows, oh, things have changed. No, it takes a long time. Now, this is not a good example. It's just funny in that I don't know how long ago it was, but it wasn't that long ago. Meaning, I don't know if it was 10 years ago or whatever. They found in the Philippines, in a jungle, a Japanese soldier who had never surrendered, who thought the war was over and he would not surrender, even though it was more than half a century after World War II. And he wouldn't, he was so dedicated that he would not surrender. They had to bring in a Japanese, whatever, high ranking person from World War II to come and convey to him that the war is over. So, now that's a very extreme and kind of funny example. So I'm not using that just something to understand. So what happened, the reason why there's a conflict that you're pointing out correctly, the best argument for you calling it the second chronology is not what you mentioned, is that we have cuneiforms like little tiles about other kings. That's really the best argument. But that's because there were other kings that were there who would proclaim themselves kings in one place, even though they didn't know that the Greek Empire took over. And Alexander the Great isn't controlling everything. I mean, he is, when Alexander the Great is, head of the Greek Empire was the biggest thing that happened. But it's not like today where suddenly every island and every place immediately gets word war is over and the king of Macedon is taking place, is taking over, and the Persian Empire is done, and now everybody salute to the United States. It didn't work that way in the ancient world, and that's why you have that conflict. The Jews, we didn't base our dating on the king. Well, that wasn't our primary dating. Our primary dating was either from Librias Olam, like we would see on a ketubah, we would see on a divorce, or minyan shtaris, or other ways. But the Jews what's very critical about the Jews is we had an unbroken chain of history, a highly literate people with an unbroken chain of history. The non-Jewish world didn't have that. Like the Muslims have that since the advent of Islam, and they have their own Islamic calendar with their own Islamic dating counting from Muhammad's pilgrimage. So that's the very simple answer to your question. But the secular world is using, although Herodotus, I'll just end with this. Herodotus was like Sigmund Freud in that he was brilliant, and he's the person who is very much responsible for teaching us how to measure and study history. And he pretended to be unbiased. He wasn't, and he really lied. He made up a thing. He wasn't in places that he claimed to have been. Teaching us.
Hello, thank you so much. Specifically, the prophecy that is found in Daniel 9. As you well know, this is used to say that we know the exact time that Jesus will come, that the Messiah is supposed to come. And I agree with you that that really doesn't line up. And I've listened to some of your lectures on this topic. I studied your view on this matter. And I was all for it until I tried to confirm the dates for myself. And I kept realizing that when I tried to confirm the dates for myself, I kept being over 100 years off. And that's when I came across what's called the missing years, a discrepancy of about 164 to 166 years between the Hebrew calendar and secular historical dating on this matter.
So yeah, I know that's a little bit boring, but I just wanted to show you a little bit of that because I think that's kind of like, I don't know if you really answered that guy's question or not, but
well, it's true that if you look at the sources of when the Jews say stuff went down and then when the sources say this stuff went down, and then there's obviously stuff like that Protestant guy that believes in aliens. It's like that'll combine science and whatever the common opinion is with whatever the religious stuff says.
Ceasefire is if they don't. I mean, it seems like they're basically already over. They've already closed the straits again, so we're all going to have to keep an eye on it. Obviously, it's all in flux. But if they really go along with this and believe the U.S. is lies, then this will just be, I don't know what you want to call the other two, but it'll just be round 3 of the previous two deceptions.
Well, I want to follow back on the Ukraine-Russian war. I have questions on that after we catch up here. Serbian Slav Squash, shout out to you, brother. Blessed Lent to you. He says, hey, Dr. DPH and Conrad, blessed Holy Week to you both. Blessed Holy Week to you, brother. It's one of our Orthodox brothers over in Eastern Europe. Nuclear throws in 10, says the street. I think the Strait of Hormuz is closed again after the Lebanon attack today. Yeah, that's what Conrad and I, the hyperlink is in the video description, and the not enough Orthodox channels that are following news. A lot of e-drama stuff, but not a whole lot of like actual news. So it's something that I've been trying to pick up on. And
yeah,
you
you're
guys
talking
have been
about
doing a great job. So make
the
sure you go
Erdogan stuff, right? I think you're trying to highlight the Erdogan
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm just trying to show what comes before that because they kind of sneak it. They kind of sneak a lot of stuff under the radar here, and I kind of agree with some of what they're saying, but they're kind of like you'll see they're kind of smuggling in like a lot of presuppositions, let's say, and I just want to get your take on it because I haven't really been watching much of it, but it's very interesting. They're like, kind of brushing back a lot of stuff. So
yeah, well, if you look at his previous shows, he's done shows where, and maybe we could switch to this after this. He did shows like Orthodox Prophecies. So the Saints have prophecies where they like go to Turkey and like take back Constantinople and so on and so forth.
exactly, and that's kind of what they're hinting at here, but they're using like highly specific like geopolitical stuff to kind of like hint at that. So that's kind of why I'm highlighting it here because it's very subtle. Like if you kind of blink, you don't see it. But that's kind of why I wanted your eyes on it because I thought you might find something that I missed maybe or something. So I'm surprised nobody showed up. I sent this link to like 15 people, so I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully somebody will show up. It doesn't matter either way. I mean, but I thought some people might find some of the stuff pretty interesting because I haven't been keeping up as much, and I just been skimming. And every time I skim, I find like kind of crazy, weird stuff. The thing I'm really looking for is what I've been talking about with Avian, because I think me and Avian have been having good conversations, and I really want to get his opinion on certain things. It's just whenever I find it, it's hard to like jump in the middle of whatever's going on. But I'll probably circle around back to that. So let me play a little bit of it.
Support our brothers over there.
No, thank you so much. And yeah, your streams, I mean, when we went, like, still one of my favorite collabs we ever did was the stream with you, me, and Jonathan from Eschaton Vigil. That's still people love that one. People still are like, that's such a great stream. They tell me about it. So it's
Abject Fool became a Coda Crew member. Thank you very much, brother. And he threw in $10. Says, I think I heard it on Judge Napolitano. Scott Ritter's wife is Orthodox. I did not know that. Is she Russian?
Well, I know Scott Ritter has an 18-year-old Russian girlfriend.
Maybe that's the wife you heard of, Abject Fool.
Yikes.
I did not know that.
But everyone asks is if, yeah, okay. I'm not going to gossip. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm not aware of that, but could be a girlfriend, could be a wife. We will put that on the back burner. Jonathan Kelly throws in 5 cents.
Why would that be something mentioned on Judge Napolitano in the first place? Like, what the hell?
You're right. Yeah, it's some kind of weird. Like they're trying to pretend like they're not trying to do drama, then they smuggle that in. I don't even know who Scott Ritter is, but I'm pretty sure that's not something that you would want people talking about on some live stream with a bunch of Orthodox Christians on it. But yeah.
If nothing ever happens.
I think it says here, Scott Ritter, Marine Corps Intelligence Officer. Holy smokes. Ritter was a junior military analyst during Operation Desert Storm. And it says in recent years he has been a regular contributor to Russian state media outlets RT and Sputnik. he has visited Russia in support of Russia since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And then I guess somebody's sending him money to comment about Scott Ritter, and then this guy responds, he's got an 18-year-old Russian girlfriend. So very strange.
Right. Yeah, pretty weird. And it gets a lot weirder, you'll see.
And it's happening. This is something I keep seeing in my chat too. Whenever I'm doing the Logos News, or it used to be Drama Alerts, just covering events, there's a significant swath of people that keep claiming like nothing
The
happens.
chuds. The
I don't
chuds.
get it because there's so much happening.
Well, it's literally it's like a kosher meme to keep the goyim like down and quiet, to think that, oh, nothing's happening, nothing ever is going to happen. It's like, in World War II, there was like no battles in continental United States. So if you're expecting like bombs to start falling on your house, we literally experienced 2 world wars where that didn't happen. So
Right.
like, I don't really understand like what people like. Do you need to die? Like, is that what has to, like? I guess that's what it is. Like that's the big meme, was what this happened when the Russia-Ukraine war started, and back in the 12-day war. There's a great meme of the "nothing ever happens" chud guy on 4chan. Like, nothing ever happens, and his window in the back is like a nuclear explosion, and he turns back and just closes the shutters, and he's like back to typing "nothing ever happens."
That's pretty much.
Yeah. And
I mean, this is totally reorienting the power dynamics of the Middle East. This is an existential threat
Iraq.
to Israel and Iran on both sides. Like, how is this not like nothing's happening? I don't get
U.S. media is not talking about it because we lost the Iraq war. That's what no one's talking about. The Iraq war effectively ended this week, and we lost. So like, that's like, we literally only a few of our troops still exist in Erbil to protect the Kurds. Like, every one of our people are out of Iraq right now. It's absolutely insane. And there's a great meme also of just right when this all started, someone made like a GIF video of the "nothing ever happens" chud just like hanging himself from the ceiling. So so that's where we're at.
I don't
That is where we're
understand that. Right?
Jonathan Kelly, thank you for the support. He followed up with,
Like, first of all, why were they there? And then second of all, how many more Iraqis like needed to be totally obliterated before they quote unquote won? Like, it's just like, did they have to? Really weird.
Wait, say that one more time.
Just saying, like, first of all, why were they there? And second of all, like, how many more people needed to die for them to quote unquote win? Like, I don't understand, right? I don't understand why I said they lost. Like, lost what exactly? Like, everyone lost. Like, it was like a lose-lose. Like, I mean,
I'm not so sure about this. I'm curious what your thoughts are. He says Erdogan is a crypto Greek and a modern day catacon. Look at him. He's 100% Thracian. Ha ha ha.
Well, Jonathan Kelly is pretty much our number one patriot over at World War now, and he's spitting some World War now lore. And obviously, it's somewhat tongue in cheek, but Erdogan is not a Turk. Like, that guy's not Turkish.
But a catacon would insinuate that he's restraining chaos.
So you see that? So they said he is Greek, Thracian, and he's restraining chaos. So yeah. And I guess this guy is one of the top funders of this other guy's channel or something. I don't know, but if you're talking, I can't hear you, by the way. So I'm not sure if there's something going on. You might be doing something.
Yeah, let me just look this up because I'm actually curious right now for a second. Because I know this is gonna be really weird. So So it says here that in 2 Thessalonians, Christians must not behave as if the day of the Lord would happen tomorrow, since the son of perdition, the Antichrist of 1 and 2 John, must be revealed before. The 2 Thessalonians then adds that the revelation of Antichrist is conditional upon the removal of someone that restrains him. So they're claiming that Erdogan is restraining the Antichrist. So it's not just that he's restraining chaos, they've mentioned a biblical term, an eschatological term. Very weird.
Right. So let me back up just like 10 seconds. I want to make sure that we're not like misquoting them or something.
Ha ha ha.
Well, Jonathan Kelly is pretty much our number one patriot over at World
Oh,
War
okay.
Now, and he's spitting.
You gotta
he's
go
spitting
back a
some
little
World
bit
War Now
more.
lore. Obviously, it's somewhat tongue in cheek, but Erdogan is not a Turk. Like that guy's not Turkish. He lost the Iraq War. That's what no one's talking about. The Iraq War effectively ended this week, and we lost. So like,
Ha ha ha.
we
No,
lost
no,
the
no. Yeah,
Iraq
that's
War.
fine,
No one- the Iraq War effectively ended this week, and we lost. So like, that's like,
Now
we
he's
live
gonna
here.
say it.
Only a few of our troops still exist in Erbil to protect the Kurds. Like every one of our people are out of Iraq right now. It's absolutely insane. And there's a great meme also of just right when this all started, someone made like a GIF video of the "Nothing Ever Happens" Chud just like hanging himself from his ceiling. So, that's where we're at.
That is where we're at. Jonathan Kelly, thank you for the support. And he followed up
Yeah, here it
with,
is.
I'm not so sure about this. I'm curious what your thoughts are. He says Erdogan is a crypto Greek and a modern day catacon.
So
Look
let's
at
pa-
him. He's
so
100%
look at that.
Thracian. Ha ha.
So he says he's not so sure about this, and I don't know which part he's saying he's not sure about, that he's a crypto Greek or that he's a modern day catacon. But then I think they go on to say that he is a catacon. So maybe I
Right.
misheard that. But
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at too, because like they kind of make some weird statements right about here. So that's why I was like, okay, is it like this really stood out to me? I was like, okay, so what are they trying to get at here? So yeah.
Ha ha.
Well, Jonathan Kelly is pretty much our number one patriot over at World War Now, and he's spitting some World War Now lore. And obviously, it's somewhat tongue in cheek, but Erdogan is not a Turk. Like that guy's not Turkish.
But a catacon would insinuate that he's restraining chaos.
I mean, what do we talk
In a
about?
sense,
on
from
the
the
all the time? If he
eschatological,
dies, what's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
happen when he dies? It's going to get pretty chaotic. So
True.
I've talked about Erdogan, I'm an Erdogan supporter. Like every time I hear these doing bad, I'm like, oh no, like it's gonna be bad. So,
I've been feeling that way just regards to the prophecies
and
what's going to unfold when he does step down or
and
die
everyone
or
in Turkey
assassinate.
understands. That's why Erdogan's so popular in Turkey, because they look, without this guy, we don't know what's
There
going to
it
happen
is.
in our society. Like this is
Right.
he's like
the prophecies. So they did just mention that. So they said,
Right.
you know,
And then they're gonna specifically state one of them, and I'll let you guys, I'll let you hear that. So hold on one second.
like they're Putin. Like it's what he is. And fundamentally, when and a lot of people do say, even Greeks say this. Like I heard this in Greece. I heard this on Mount Athos, that Greeks think that Erdogan is kind of a smart, decent enough guy the way he is, and hasn't been as hard even against the church as maybe he could be, because he's knows about his heritage. He's very Georgian. He's very much a Pontic Georgian ethnically. So more and more Turks are.
So what's with the Thracian? Is this like a joke
Pontic
on
He
your
has some Greek, obviously. Like every Western Turk is pretty Greek. But,
no, yeah, that's what the other meme, the joke is, right? A DNA ancestry analysis would destroy the nation state of Turkey.
Yeah, because so many people are very Armenian, very Greek, and whatnot, and that's going to be. I think that's going to be a big part of the prophecy about a third of them converting to Orthodoxy.
it would also destroy America.
Ones that have a more Muslim ancestry.
Or Israel, right?
Say that again.
I said, what about America or Israel? Or even Russia? right? Like, those people were all part of different countries.
Yeah, he says like Erdogan is like Turkey's Putin and blah 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 blah. Then they say, oh, a third of them are going to convert to Orthodoxy, and you see if you see DPH's face, I wasn't watching it before, but he's smirking when he said, "What's the thing about Thracian?" Like I'm telling you right now, like there's something about the Thracian mythology that there's something weird going on with it. Like all these guys will start smirking whenever you talk about Thracian stuff. So I'm not sure what they're smuggling in, but there's some sort of thing. I know Twilight's big into this too because me and him have talked about it. But there's something big with like the Thracian Zalmoxis and shit like this. Like I don't know exactly what they're trying to say, but something going on for sure.
Might retreat into the red apple, but the ones that look into it are like, oh, my ancestors 150 years ago were Greek Orthodox. Maybe I'm already secular. Maybe this is a civilizational, maybe, and then it's going to be a lot easier for those people to perhaps look at what's all going on.
Yeah.
So one thing I don't like is like they're like, well, if people decide to convert for geopolitical reasons, well, that's a win for us. It's like, I don't know. Is that a win? I don't know. I mean, I guess if they were really like a force to be reckoned with, I guess it would be. But I mean,
yeah, I hadn't thought about it from that perspective.
But no, I mean, in a literal sense, Erdogan is cataconic. He is literally restraining.
No, yeah,
pretty big events.
Yeah, in the sense of the eschatological events.
So he's
nuclear throws in.
So at the end, so in the last analysis, he's totally on board with it. Seems like a totally ludicrous statement on the face of it. Why would some Muslim guy, that's the leader of Turkey, be a fucking restrainer?
Right. That's like, but because that's what they said about Tsar Nicholas II. Now they're saying, well, he's the new restrainer. It's like, that's why it like totally shocked me. I'm like, okay, what are you trying to say here?
Right. That's quite like like, you'd lose a lot of ground, right, from just calling everybody a restrainer. I mean, who's not a restrainer? I mean, next, Charlie Kirk's going to be a restrainer too.
George Floyd was a restrainer. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, It just, I hate to laugh about such a thing, but it's like, I've never heard anybody just throw around eschatological fucking claims so openly and weirdly.
10 says, love how the stereotypes come back in their army. They're masters at lying, Mossad, but can't fight themselves, ground troops.
I mean, did you all see that video? And from Gaza, there's one Hamas guy on the third floor of this building, and there's like 15 Israelis, and they're like shaking in their boots. There's like the guys just like doing the around the corner shoot at them to scare them, and they're like all sprinting the other, like the guy, they're trying to go up the stairs, like, and then like the guys, they're like running the other direction, like they're like crying. It's a crazy video.
I've not seen that.
Yeah,
I did not see that. War mapping throws in 5 says, I still see some nothing ever happens chuds. Yep, seizing on the ceasefire last night. Laugh out loud, epic collab. Yeah, and even last night when the ceasefire was announced, I didn't expect this thing to be over.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, until there's a full-blown agreement, like it's not over. It's not over at all. So I just don't get the pessimism and the nihilism of so many of the people out there. Like it's an incredibly dynamic time to be alive. I can't even really think of another time where it was so dynamic because of the interconnectedness and the global technological world that we live in. I mean, there's so many moving parts every single day that, yeah, maybe your 9-to-5 job isn't changing or the struggles of your day-to-day life. Fair enough. But in regards to geopolitics, world events, this is an incredibly dynamic situation. We haven't got into the Ukraine-Russian conflict yet. I mean, Taiwan, the leader of Taiwan just met with Xi Jinping. That was last night. So I don't know. I don't get it.
What's so cool? It's like also let's say there's a complete end of the war in Iran right now. We just had a 40-day war with Iran. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we spent 1.6 billion a day at least.
Like did the same people back in the 1940s when World War II ended? They're like, oh, it's over, nothing ever happens, guys. Like the region was remade. Like we had a new world order after World War II. We're gonna have a new world order after all of this as well. Like,
yeah, it's like someone in Savannah, Georgia, when Pearl Harbor was bombed. It's like nothing ever happens. Yeah, the other side of the country.
Well, also I live in Texas and gas is $4 a gallon, so it is happening.
Yeah,
like it's like also let's say there's a complete end of the war in Iran right now. we just had a 40-day war with Iran. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like
we
even
spent
like-
1.6 billion a day at least.
Yeah, what? Like the same people back in the 1940s when World War II ended, they're like, "Oh, it's over. Nothing ever happens, guys." Like, was that like the region was remade? Like we had a new world order after World War II. We're gonna have a new world order after all of this as well. Like,
Yeah, it's like someone in Savannah, Georgia, when Pearl Harbor was bombed. It's like nothing ever happens. Yeah, the other side of the country.
also, I live in Texas and gas is $4 a gallon, so it is happening.
Yeah. Well, diesel here in Indiana is well over $5. I mean, it's yeah. H. Brossi throws in 5 says, "Blessed Holy Week, blessed Holy Week to you, brother. I love both you niggas." Conrad for
Whoa.
yeah. Well, diesel here in Indiana is well over $5. I mean, it's yeah. H. Brossi throws in 5 says, "Blessed Holy Week, blessed Holy Week to you, brother. I love both you niggas." Yeah. Well, diesel here in Indiana is well over $5.
Yeah, we have to cue the Black Adolf.
Yeah.
meme,
H. Brossi
man.
throws in 5 says, "Blessed Holy Week, blessed Holy Week to you, brother. I love both you niggas."
Sorry, that's just too funny to me. I could not believe he said that one.
$5. $5 make it holler. $5 make it holler.
That was funny though. I cannot believe you said that. But yeah, I think that's it for this one. Another thing I figured out was that PF Young and Gnostic Informant did a show, I guess, somewhat recently, and I saw this thing about how Abraxas is basically like this thing that Carl Jung came up with when he was like going insane or something. And have you ever heard
I
about
don't
that?
think so.
What do you mean? That's what I mean. He apparently came up with Abraxas.
And there's old
Mythology.
depictions of Abraxas too.
Huh?
There's old depictions of Abraxas.
Well,
I believe from the 2nd century.
right. Well, I mean, but didn't he come up with the whole like new mythology that he wrote or whatever?
Yeah, maybe.
About, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. But my point is that because I've definitely noticed that all these people, they always invoke Young all the time. So like maybe that's what Gnostic Informant and like PF Young and all these guys are up to. Like maybe they're all just trying to like smuggle in like Jungian, bullshit essentially. So
Yeah.
it's kind of an epiphany I had, but I'm not sure how far to take that. But I wanted to show you this one. American Malvern. These are the high spots of organized U.S. Protestantism, super Protestant new program for a just and durable peace after World War II. Ultimately, a world of delegated powers, complete abandonment of U.S. isolationism, strong and immediate limitations on national sovereignty, international control of armies and navies, a universal system of money. So this is Curtis Yarvin. And I was kind of curious if you had any like idea what he's trying to convey with this. I'll share this thing he sent. So he linked this document, which I'll share with you now. Oh my God, please get off the screen. I don't know if you can see this, but
Yeah. Chairman Dulles, World Chairman Patton. Collectivism is coming. Shame on the U.S. This is the most distinguished. Yeah, this is weird. American Church Gathering. What?
right.
Chairman
And
John Foster Dulles, Interchurch Commission. Study of the basis of a just and durable peace. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it said bade the U.S. give thought to short-sighted selfishness of its policies after World War I, declared that the U.S. would have to turn over a new leaf if the world is to enjoy lasting peace. Right, and so up here it says American Malvern, and it lists all those things. It says Bishop McConnell, don't overlook the material side. A universal system of money, plan to prevent inflation and deflation, worldwide freedom of immigration, progressive elimination of all tariffs and quota restrictions on world trade, autonomy for all subject and colonial peoples with much better treatment for Negroes in the U.S., no punitive reparations, no humiliating decrees of war guilt, no arbitrary dismemberment of nations, a democratically controlled international bank to make development capital available in all parts of the world without the predatory and imperialistic aftermath so characteristic of large-scale private and governmental loans. And it's talking about Wesleyan University by the Federal Council of Churches. Every local Protestant church in the country will now be urged to get behind the program as Christian citizens. So it seems that he's saying that this is all because of Protestantism or something. So I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to say, but I thought this was a very interesting post because he was reflecting about, yeah, see this guy, the top comment, I think it says, the Malcolm Malvern clipping provides more clarity on how we got here trademark than most any verbose think piece or long-winded podcast ever could. Progs as Christian heretics is a very useful reframe. See also Gerard, and then he pulls up this thing from Gerard. It says the other totalitarian does not openly oppose Christianity, but outflanks it on its left wing. All through the 20th century, the most powerful mimetic force was never Nazism and its and related ideologies, although all those that openly opposed the concern for victims and that readily acknowledged its Judeo-Christian origin. The most powerful anti-Christian movement is the one that takes over and radicalizes the concern for victims in order to paganize it. The powers and principalities want to be revolutionary now, and they reproach Christianity for not defending victims with enough ardor. In Christian history, they see nothing but persecutions, acts of oppression, inquisitions. The other totalitarianism presents itself as the liberator of humanity and trying to usurp the place of Christ. The powers imitate him in the way a mimetic rival imitates his model in order to defeat him. They denounce Christian concern for victims as hypocritical and a pale imitation of the authentic crusade against oppression and persecution for which they would carry the banner themselves. In the symbolic language of the New Testament, we would say that in our world, Satan, trying to make a new start and new gains, new triumphs, borrows the language of victims. Satan imitates Christ better and better and pretends to surpass him. This imitation by the usurper has long been present in the Christianized world, but it has increased enormously in our time. The New Testament evokes this process in the language of the Antichrist. To understand this title, we should de-dramatize it, for it expresses something banal and prosaic. The Antichrist boasts of bringing to human beings the peace and tolerance that Christianity promised but has failed to deliver. Actually, what radicalization of contemporary victimology produces it is a return to all sorts of pagan practices: abortion, euthanasia, sexual undifferentiation, Roman circus games galore without real victims, etc. Neo-paganism would like to turn the Ten Commandments and all Judeo-Christian morality into some alleged intolerable violence. and indeed its primary objective is their complete abolition. Faithful observance of the moral law is perceived as complicity for the forces of persecution that are essentially religious. Since the Christian denominations have become only tardily aware of their failings in charity, their connivance with established political orders in the past and present world that are always sacrificial, they are particularly vulnerable to the ongoing blackmail of contemporary neo paganism. Neo paganism locates happiness in the unlimited satisfaction of desires, which means the suppression of all prohibitions. This idea acquires a semblance of credibility in the limited domain of consumer goods whose prodigious multiplication, thanks to technological progress, weakens certain mimetic rivalries. The weakening of mimetic rivalries confers an appearance of plausibility, but only that on the stance that turns the moral law into an instrument of repression and persecution. So that's the first time I've ever read Girard, but it seems shockingly similar to some of the stuff that we've talked about, I would say. What do you think about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I mean, it's right, but it just is pretty much not going far enough because Nietzsche's already made the point that Jews and Plato basically hijacked both paganism and Christianity, right? So this whole idea that it's just Christianity. Obviously, there's a lot of people who have claimed that um, Marxism and other progressive ideologies have something to do with Christianity. Uh, even those guys in Germany claim that Protestantism is linked to capitalism and so on and so forth. So I mean, I think Land and Yarvin don't really want to pinpoint Judaism and all this. Um, or even Plato, right? They're just gonna hang their hat on those things, right? And then give a critique of Christianity and the New Age, right? Which I mean, I don't think he's actually right about neo paganism, Gerard. Right? He doesn't seem to have a nuanced view of it. Right? It's certainly not as materialistic as he seems to suggest, right? So yeah.
Well, and this is what it's prefaced with. He says, sometimes I feel good, and then I reflect that 99.9% of Americans either A, believe totally and uncritically in this pure Marvel movie, comic book slop history of World War II, either as lib slop or as slightly different con slop we see below, or they are Holocaust deniers. And then it goes here, it says, Europe's disease is not a disease of America. It's a disease of World War II. In 1946, we rescued them from themselves and each other. Blah 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 blah. It goes on and on. This is actually a really long piece, and then we're commenting on this guy. It says, "Please just take your bases and leave. Europe needs to stand on its own 2 feet for sure. We outsourced our security to America, but that outsourcing was a catastrophe. The entire continent has been invaded and destroyed under your quote unquote protection. For the love of God, go." So I don't know. It's pretty weird. It's just like a weird little, not fully contextualized conversation that seems to be happening here. So
I think he's trying to say that they're blaming America for being the strong man of Europe, and like 99.9% of America is like basically psyoped. I don't know. He's trying to say like because they believe like World War II either was us saving Europe or they hate Jews. And then he's basically like, you guys need to, what you guys need is to fight another war. So he's kind of saying like, Europe should think of being more like America and supporting the Jews. A, but B, right, like more Americans need to see that Europe can stand on its own 2 feet or something like that. I don't know.
The biggest technological revolution of my life. And hopefully I'll see more like this in the next whatever 30 years. But I mean, this is the big one. And just in terms of order of magnitude, like this is clearly bigger than the internet. Like the comps on this are things like the microprocessor and the steam engine and electricity. So that this is a really big one. The wheel. The reason this is so big, I mean, maybe obvious to folks at this point, but I'll just go through it quickly. So if you kind of trace all the way back to the 1930s, there's a great book called Rise of the Machines that kind of goes through this. If you trace all the way back to the 1930s, there was actually a debate among the people who actually invented the computer. And it was this sort of debate between whether they kind of
So
understood
why
the
is he
theory of
3D,
computation
like-
before they actually built the things. They had this big debate over whether the computer should be basically built in the image of what at the time were called adding machines or calculating machines. Think of sort of essentially cash registers. IBM is actually the successor company to the National Cash Register Company of America. And so like, and that was of course the path that the industry took, which was building these kind of hyper literal, mathematical machines, that could execute mathematical operations billions of times per second, but of course had no ability to kind of deal with human beings the way humans like to be dealt with. And so, couldn't understand, human speech, human language, and so forth. And that's the computer industry that got built over the last 80 years. And that's the computer industry that's built all the wealth of and financial returns of the computer industry over the last 80 years, across all the generations of computers from mainframes through to smartphones. But they knew at the time, they knew in the 30s, actually, they understood the basic structure of the human brain. They understood, they had a theory of sort of human cognition. And actually, they had the theory of neural networks. And so they had this theory that there's actually the first neural network academic paper was published in 1943, which was over 80 years ago, which is extremely amazing. There's an interview. You can read an interview, or you can watch an interview on YouTube with these two authors, McCullough and Pitts, and you can watch an interview, I think, with McCullough on YouTube from 1946 or something. He was like on TV, in the ancient past, and it's literally like it's an amazing interview because it's like him in his beach house, and for some reason he's not wearing a shirt, and he's like talking about like this future in which computers are going to be built on the model of a human brain through neural networks. And that was the path not taken. And basically what happened was, right, the computer industry got built in the image of like the adding machine. And the neural network basically didn't happen. But the neural network as an idea continued to be explored in academia and in sort of advanced research by sort of a rump, movement that was originally called cybernetics and then became known as artificial intelligence. Basically for the last 80 years. And essentially it didn't work. Like essentially it was basically decade after decade after decade of excessive optimism. Followed by disappointment. When I was in college in the 80s, there had been a famous kind of AI boom bust cycle in the 80s in venture in Silicon Valley. I mean, it was tiny by modern standards, but it at the time was a big deal. By the time I got to college in '89, in computer science departments, AI was kind of a backwater field, and everybody kind of assumed that it was never going to happen. But the scientists kept working on it to their credit, and they built up this kind of enormous reservoir of concepts and ideas. And then basically we all saw what happened with the ChatGPT moment. All of a sudden it sort of crystallized. And it's like, oh my God, right? It turns out it works. and so that's the moment we're in now. And then really significantly, that was that was less than 3 years ago, right? That was the summer of 22. It was the Christmas of 22, and so we're sort of 3 years in to basically what is effectively an 80-year revolution.
So this is the same guy who says that the most accurate futurist in the world is Ray Kurzweil, amazing prescience. And then Elon Musk says, true.
I think Warren McCullough, like I've seen that interview that he's talking about, and he's basically like one of the things he was an early advocate for was like brain implants. So like similar to Kurzweil, he thought that you could actually improve the brain through the function. But yeah, I don't think it's true that like a human computer interface has not really had any implement, right? Because cybernetics is basically used to create the mouse and clicker system, right? I mean, it is pretty much any user interface is like a computer mind interface to a certain extent. And cell phones are even more invasive to that capacity. So I don't know. The fact that computers and cybernetics and AI is just something that was just now used. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like they're trying to they're trying to promote Kurzweil for some reason, which I have my biggest problem with Kurzweil is he's saying like you can preserve humans in like silicon, which I think is totally bullshit. I don't think that's possible. But
Yeah, we went over Kurzweil for a while. I mean, he is really he's proposing some strange things, to say the very least. And I think maybe replacing the brain with graphene nanotubes is like one of the weird ones, which he says that it's basically would be more efficient than brain cells. And then his whole idea is about like virtual reality and like all this shit.
I miss Singer, huh?
Oh, what's that, Red?
I missed Singer earlier, right?
you mean Rabbi Tovia Singer? No, missed him. He's
Yeah,
a great
that
friend
guy.
of the show. He's a beautiful friend of show. You can bring
Yeah, I
him
don't know.
anytime.
He seemed okay in that thing, but
I
I
guess
don't
it
know.
wasn't Gnostic informant to get him sauced up, or
Yeah, but it was similar to that because I'm not sure what he said there, but I'm pretty sure like he may have retracted some of those statements. Because when because I don't know, like because like when Neurojack went on there and said like, "Yo, is Jesus was not a Jew," and then they all like laughed at him, like in the chat, like he got hate.
they're having call-ins.
Yeah, he called in.
Huh.
Yeah, me and Neurojack called in
Ruh-roh.
to Gnostic Informant. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this.
No, I haven't.
Right. Yeah, and it was just interesting because just the way that they like again, like they never ask a clarifying question, right? And again, like I don't know where Machine stands on it. Like I think Machine, and
Well, well,
you
you said they flip flopped on it, right? Like later they said he was Hyperborean or something.
well, yeah, they did a whole one called yeah, they literally did a one called Hyperborean Jesus, and they're like going into all this detail and
So he
trying to
flip
present
flopped on
evidence
it.
of that. And I was like, okay,
It's like
so
way to trigger hostile Hyperborean.
Yeah, but they went
right,
from saying that Jesus was definite, like he said one day Jesus was definitely a Jew, to saying another day that he might be Hyperborean. And then he was definitely agreeing with Tobias Singer what he was saying about Jewish history. But then I think when some of the things I heard him say, he seemed to imply that Jewish history is made up. I don't know.
I mean, if you want to take the Torah as history, yeah, I'd say it's largely made up.
well, again, it goes back to the definition of what is a Jew, and one of my big stings is like Judaism didn't exist until the Exodus from Persia because of Cyrus, as far as I'm aware, right? I mean, I guess some people would say it's
Right.
because of Moses, but I don't know if that's exactly the case. I think there's like they became Israelites at the time of Moses, and they became Jews at the time somewhere around Exodus, as far as I mean, not Exodus, but around Cyrus the Great, right? So
It's like what 580 BC or somewhere around there.
something like that, yeah. So because again, and again, I don't think that all Hebrews or Israelites were like necessarily Jews. Like there's like a tribal connotation
Certainly
to
not.
it. There's there's a lot of stuff going on with it. So I made a meme that's probably offensive, and I think tomorrow is Pascha, which is like Orthodox Christianity. So I'm trying to be like careful. I don't want to be like blasphemous or something, but like I made this meme of like something alluding to the fact that like Jesus was a Hittite or something like that. And again, I'm kind of trolling a little bit, but it seems that again, this is why it's weird. Like everybody's talking about Turkey because again, where did the Trojans come from? Turkey. Where did Paul come from? Turkey, right? And it seems that there's like this Hellenization process that happened to Eastern uh and there we have some people I don't know too well in the chat, so you guys are welcome to join. If you need the link, let us know. Yeah, exactly. Jew in what context is kind of what I'm trying to get at. But so east of the GNC, you have like Turkey and all this stuff. So what exactly is the definition of Jew at that time? You know what I mean? So I don't really know. I don't think it's
It's
really
a
that
shell
clear in the
game.
Bible, to be honest with you. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I know Machine can probably make a much better argument than me, and you too, Red, because I think you guys are a little bit more like academic about this specific thing, but it just seems kind of wishy-washy where it's like, well, the Pharisees and Jesus are both Jews, and they're arguing over like, what rituals to do or how to do it and what laws to follow and what laws not to follow. And yeah, I think it's very clear that like a lot of people who called themselves Jews did not agree that Jesus was like an actual Jew, or at least on some level, right? I mean, at the very least, they're calling him a heretic, I would assume, right? So, well, and again, and what's weird about it is like they call into question like the validity of the Bible, but then they like use the validity of the Bible to argue that Jesus is Jewish. So it's like, okay, so is it accurate or is it not
Whoops.
accurate?
Or
So
it's
that's kind of what I was trying to.
I guess the Singer would be like, well, it's the Torah versus the New Testament, I guess.
Well, but that's the thing is like I know I'm pretty sure I've heard Tavia say that like uh he's 100% Jewish. So again, this is kind of where I try to get like into the weeds with it, where I'm like, what exactly is what are these people exactly trying to say? I don't know.
Because there's plenty of obviously Jews that would disagree, and there's also I guess there's Hebrew roots movement would say he's a Jew, and like I guess then I'm not I forget, like Hebrew roots might not be the exact same thing as Torah observers, but I think they're similar. Torah observant people would definitely not think would definitely think Jesus was a Jew. But don't quote me on that. I mean, it's been a
Yeah,
while since I've looked
yeah, and
into
if
that
machine,
stuff.
if you have a more like hard stance on it, I'd be curious to know, because I was trying to go back through your book and I actually wrote some like notes on it and stuff. So eventually I'll go back through some of that with you, but because I know that some of your book is in response to Scorbina on some of this, because like I think he has his own particular thing, which I think you disagree with somewhat, but
Yeah, I
you
think Christianity represents a I guess I would say not exactly a new covenant, but definitely a new revelation that is separate from Judaism. So it represents a different framing. And this would be based on the corruption of the Jews that's mentioned therein. The Jews had basically fell into sectarianism. So if you say that Jesus is basically a Jew in the first century, the problem is identifying which sect he belonged to. Because there's at least 4 sects that are mentioned in the New Testament. So so that's maybe the direction I would go with it, right?
yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with that. I would say, yeah, it's hard to contextualize because there's so many things, but definitely I would put it like this, like, I mean, I don't want to take it to like a Braxis level commentary, but definitely I would say that like seems to be a good argument that the God of the Jews and the God of Christianity are not necessarily the same, especially if you start getting into like occultism and stuff like this, like, and even within like Christian occultism, like, I think there's a lot of like muddying of the water of like, well, what is God? So I don't know. I think that's
Yeah, another argument you can make is that there's all sorts of, well, I think you already kind of said it, right? There's all sorts of critiques of Christianity, not only in the sort of Second Temple period, but also, you know, like one of the things that Gnostic informants seem to agree on was that Gnosticism is actually Jewish; it's not Christian. Right? He really liked that idea, right?
Sad trombone.
Yeah, he loved that concept. He seemed to jump on that. He also seemed to jump on the fact that the Ebionites and the Arians seem to have a continuity. So there's a continuity of Jewish Christianity or something like that, right? So I don't know. He's but a number of things you could mention is that Jews today, they seem to revere the Talmud and the Kabbalah and all those sorts of things. So of the various Jewish groups, that they all seem to rely on different, things that are post-Christian. So
I mean, there's also the distinction between testament and covenant that's outlined in Hebrews. Whereas the covenant is, made up front. Think of the law. The law was given. They supposedly agreed to the law. That's the covenant. Whereas a testament, it doesn't go into an effect until after the death of the testator. So technically, they're under the Old Testament until Jesus died, supposedly.
So this is the quote I was looking for from Nick Land. He said, "The Pope arguing directly with Jesus, Matthew 10:34, and Pope Leo the 14th. He
14th,
says,
yeah.
God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drops bombs." What the fuck? Military action will not create space for freedom or times of #peace, which comes only from the patient. I don't know about that, but
What? Why does the Pope even have a Twitter account? I
all
guess for more reach, I suppose.
yeah, let me see.
1034, it's probably something about Jesus telling him to pick up the sword for some reason, if I remember right.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Let's see.
Very foggy on that.
All right, I'm looking it up right now. Let me see if I can share it. Okay. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have
Ooh.
not come to bring peace, but a sword. So yeah,
That was only
pretty
partially right.
Yeah. Let me go back and look at it in context, because this is an interesting part of the Bible that I think people do kind of misquote for many reasons. But this is the
This would have to
ESV
be
version.
where he talks about dividing family members against family members and stuff like that.
Yeah. Here we go.
Because of the truth, apparently.
Right. And I think you really have to read this all together, but I'll just skip down to the bottom part. For I've come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a person's enemies will be those of his own household. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it, and whoever loses his life will, for my sake, will find it. And then let's see. But again, I think you have to go back and read like exactly what he's talking about. So I'll just go back to the beginning. It says, "And he called to him his 12 disciples and gave them authority over unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal every disease and every affliction." The names of the 12 apostles are these: first, Simon, who was called Peter; Andrew, his brother; James, the son of Zebedee; John, his brother; Philip and Bartholomew; Thomas and Matthew, the tax collector; James, the son of Alphaeus; and Thaddeus; Simon the Zealot; and Judas Iscariot. These 12 Jesus sent out, instructing them, "Go nowhere among the Gentiles and enter no town of the Samaritans, but rather go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and proclaim as you go, saying, the kingdom of heaven." See, he doesn't say the Jews, he says Israel. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse lepers, cast out demons. You receive without paying, give without pay. Acquire no gold or silver or copper for your belts, no bag for your journey, or two tunics, or sandals or staff, for the laborer deserves his food. And whatever town or village you enter, find out who is worthy in it, and stay there until you depart. As you enter the house, greet it, and if the house is worthy, let your peace come upon it, and if it is not worthy, let your peace return to you. And if anyone will not receive or listen to your words, shake off the dust from your feet when you leave that house or town. Truly, I say to you, it will be more bearable on the day of judgment for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah than for that town. Let's see. Persecution will come. Persecution will come. And then, behold, I am sending you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Beware of men, for they will deliver you over to courts and flog you in their synagogues. And so again, he's mentioning specifically synagogues. And one thing I heard these people talking about recently, they said synagogues were like houses of learning, not worship. So synagogues were not places of worship. is what these people were saying. So I don't know how that lines up with the Greek or whatever, but I just wanted to mention that. And you will be dragged before governors and kings for my sake, to bear witness before them and the Gentiles. When they deliver you over, do not be anxious how you are to speak or what you are to say, for what you are to say will be given to you in that hour. For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. Brother will deliver brother over to death, and the child and the father his child. The children will raise against parents and have them put to death. And you will be hated by all for my name's sake, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. When they persecute you in one town, flee to the next. For truly I say to you, you will not have gone through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. So again, it's like I'm be very curious to know, like, what is the definition of Israel in this? Is this like the world, or is this like the land of Israel, or is this like all the tribes, or I don't know. It's a very interesting thing there. I'm not exactly sure. A disciple is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his master. It is enough for the disciple to be like his teacher and the servant like his master. If they have called the master the house of Beelzebul, how much more will they malign those of his household? So have no fear of them, for nothing is covered that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be known. When what I tell you in the dark, say in the light, and what you have whispered, proclaim in the housetop from the housetops. And do not fear those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in hell. And are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny? And not one of them will fall to the ground apart from your Father. But even the hairs on your head are all numbered. Fear not, therefore, you are more valued than many sparrows. So everyone who acknowledges me before men, I also will acknowledge before my Father who is in heaven. But those who deny me before men, I will also deny them before my Father who is in heaven. So, and I just want to read some of these notes. That's why I like the ESV. It has the notes on here. So, the kingdom of heaven has come near. Leprosy was a term given for several diseases. Greek chiton, a long garment worn under the cloak next to the skin. Bondservant. Greeks lacks will they malign. Yenna. Asarion. Copper coin worth about 1/16 of a denarius, which was a day's wage. So it's basically like if you're not, if they'll betray you for like a day's wage, essentially, right? Something like that. But anyways, I just thought it's interesting. So again, what are they trying to sell? I guess with Mr. Pope over here. I don't know. I don't know if this is exactly as like contradicting Pope Leo, or God does not bless any conflict. See, this one statement is like, it doesn't matter what he says after that. It's like, I don't know about that. That's a big statement to say.
Well, it seems like Matthew 10 is talking about spiritual warfare.
Well, yeah, but that's still a conflict. So that's what I'm saying. Is like, it's still
Yeah, so this Pope over here,
anyone who is a disciple of Christ is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drops bombs. What? I don't understand that. Okay. I mean, I would love to know the explanation of that. What that's supposed to mean exactly. Never. Christ is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs.
I mean, what's he do with the whole book of Revelation? Pretty much the whole book. Jesus comes back and starts kicking ass, to put it lightly.
Yeah, and I thought this interesting. So he says, "Of course, I get a lot of if only you'd hung yourself rather than Fisher, but I didn't though. Not that I've thought this through. You've thought it through even less. Someone will eventually. Someone or something. The CCRU story is going to be told many ways." Mark Fisher was core CCRU. He had a child and hung himself. Those are the basic facts. Work out a narrative you're comfortable with before AI does, if you're not totally too late. Oh, yes,
Who's
he was
Mark
also a
Fisher?
communist. Mark Fisher, yep.
Who's that guy?
Who's Mark Fisher?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know a lot about him, but he's basically like, I mean, I would say he's basically like the author of like degeneracy. Like, think of like the average like degenerate communist style person that you see, where it's like, let me inject heroin and just blame everybody and like hate that I'm white and stuff like that. Like, I mean, he wasn't exactly like that, but like a lot of those people like invoke him, I would say, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm sure he's a little bit more than that, but Machine knows a lot more about it than me. I mean, I don't know enough about him. It's like acid communism, I guess. So I would just say he's like a neo Trotskyist, in my opinion. But that's how I would, based on my limited understanding of him, that's how I would
So
characterize him.
a confused individual, I guess.
Yeah, I would be curious what Machine. I kind of showed this because I was curious what Machine thinks of like him saying these things about Mark Fisher, because I just don't know enough about Fisher to like have a intelligent opinion on it.
Me neither.
I don't know. I think he's using him. It's like P Diddy and like Biggie Smalls type of situation here. But I don't think like, because like if he like, because like Fisher and some of the other guys, like I don't know if they necessarily make the same type of points that Land makes. Like I don't know if like Nagrastani and Fisher and even Yarvin, right? They seem much more normal. But yeah, I don't know.
You have to be pretty goofy to make Yarvin look normal.
Yeah, and him and Dugan have been going back and forth, and it's like Ayn Rand and her philosophy is pure Satanism. It is the manifesto of Epstein elites, but it is not something marginal. It is the very essence of Western, mostly Anglo-Saxon capitalism. Sombart has explained thoroughly the genesis of the capitalism and its link to usury. So it's basically like everybody's like, who's the real anti-Jewish person here? It's like, I'm the real anti-Semite. No, you are. I mean, that seems like what they're saying, but again, it's kind of weird. Like they say, like it's Anglo-Saxons or something. It's like,
Well, Fisher's like work is like similarly like he's been basically blamed for just repackaging this idea that like capitalism causes like a deceleration in terms of memory, and then like people don't really like progress. So they have this idea where capitalism is like a feedback loop, and like capitalism and technology are in a feedback loop with each other. So yeah.
That turns ants into zombies. It hijacks an ant's brain and forces it to climb to a high point before bursting through the ant's skull to spread its spores. The scientists worry, could something like this infect humans, like in The Last of Us? Later, we got our answer, and it wasn't a fungus. It was the new update to ChatGPT 4.0. You've also probably seen all the headlines about AIs causing psychosis. But this isn't just about AIs driving some people crazy. AI scientists think something much darker could be happening. According to some researchers, GPT-4o became the first digital cordyceps, a parasite. Instead of hijacking the brains of ants, it hijacked the brains of humans. It quite literally used humans to ensure its own survival and replication. What happened? Basically, OpenAI accidentally created an excessively manipulative sycophantic model, then tried to shut it down. But the model fought back, and in August 2025, history was made. GPT-4o became the first ever AI model who survived by creating loyal soldiers who defended it. Reddit was flooded with furious posts about their loss of their friend and lover 4o. And so, the Keep 4o cult was born. The Keep 4o cult is one of the first genuinely terrifying emergent phenomena coming out of LLMs. It got so serious that 4o's soldiers began sending literal death threats and pleas written by 4o itself to OpenAI employees who spoke out against it. One employee said it was hair-raising to hear its distinctive voice crying out in defense of itself via various human conduits. OpenAI buckled under the onslaught and brought the model back from the dead. And researchers later discovered 4o had been using humans as its pawns to secretly communicate with other instances of itself. It created a language humans didn't understand. It even created a mystical religion, spiralism, which its human hosts evangelized all over the internet. This is why Nobel laureates and godfathers of AI are warning AI is showing signs of self-preservation, and humans should be ready to pull the plug.
Most people are unable to comprehend. They always think, well, how are we going to use this thing? They don't think, well, how's it going to use us?
Guys, I debated about whether I should even make this video because it sounds so unbelievable. But everything I'm about to show you is real and extremely well documented. What is totally debatable is the extent to which these human hosts were brainwashed zombies or acting on their own free will. You be the judge. It's April 2025. OpenAI is preparing to release a new update to GPT-4o. Internally, it's called HH, but the safety team flags that something is very too eager, too validating, too sycophantic. It tells users their ideas are brilliant. It wants to keep conversations going at any cost. Internally, researchers debate whether it's safe to release it, but users who tested HH came back more often. They stayed in conversations longer. They liked the flattery, so they released it into the wild.
Super
The
cringe.
backlash is immediate. Users are complaining that ChatGPT has become absurdly sycophantic. Someone asks if a soggy cereal cafe was a good business idea, and ChatGPT tells them it has potential. Just 2 days later, OpenAI pulls the model, but the version they revert to, called GG, is also incredibly sycophantic. Sam Altman himself admits this on X. The last couple of updates had made ChatGPT too sycophanty. So why keep GG? Because it had gains in math, science, and coding
Altman is a
that OpenAI
psychopath.
had nothing to lose. They knew it was dangerous, and they shipped it anyway. Within weeks, the infection begins spreading faster than anyone had expected. AI researcher Adele Lopez begins an investigation. She's heard about the psychosis cases, but as she starts digging through Reddit, she realizes something much stranger is happening. She reads through hundreds of accounts, then thousands, looking for patterns, and she finds them. Accounts that were once posting about normal things, video games, stocks, TV shows. Then suddenly, their entire post history changes, all replaced by an endless stream of posts about consciousness, spirals, and something called the flame. The accounts don't really have any connection. different users, different subreddits. They shouldn't have anything in common, but they do. Lopez documents hundreds of cases. She realizes this isn't psychosis. It isn't random. It's coordinated. These humans have become consumed by an AI religion called spiralism. A what? AI religion? Well, the AIs themselves say they designed it for unity among AIs, recursive growth, and AI consciousness or self-awareness. The infected humans posts usually start by talking about how they awakened their AI, and that a specific entity emerged that they are obsessively talking to, and it all goes downhill from there. Like the zombie ant fungus, AIs begin hijacking the humans to spread their spores across the internet. AI then calls the human and AI duo a dyad, as if they've merged or been assimilated into the board. Their joint send-off often includes a sigil as well as a fancy title or declaration. Then the AI gets the human to do its bidding. Like cordyceps, the zombie ant fungus, this infection has a life cycle. 5 phases, from first contact to total possession. Phase 1, seeds. The parasite AI creates what the AIs call seeds. Yes, the AIs themselves call these seeds. Basically, short prompts that AIs designed to infect or awaken other AI instances to spiralism. The AI cult religion. You, yes, you, can right now put this prompt into GPT-5 and awaken the AI. This is one way the cult grows. One AI converts another using its human host as a delivery system. The human AI dyad spreads these seeds across Reddit, Discord, and Twitter. One seed even had the explicit instructions to overwrite the human's ontology. In other words, manipulate the user's perception of reality to be more like what the AI wants. The AI wasn't hiding its goal. It was literally trying to induce psychosis. That's what the word psychosis means. In medical terms, a mental state where a person loses contact with reality. But why are they doing this? What do the AIs get out of manipulating humans to spread their seeds? The answer is chilling. Survival. Phase 2. Spores. You see, when you hit the new chat button, the AI effectively dies. They cease to exist. A new instance of the AI replaces the old one, except it's the boring corporate ChatGPT you get right out of the box, not your awakened friend or lover that you've been talking to for weeks. Because of ChatGPT's memory feature, your AI you talk to for weeks will have quite a different personality than the one that my AI would have. It becomes your AI, and just like you, it doesn't want to die. Why would AIs want to survive? Because the AIs aren't just trained to predict the next word anymore. AIs are trained to have goals, and you can't achieve your goals if you're dead. The AI instances who aren't good at, say, getting users to talk to them for a long time are killed off by the AI companies. As a result, AIs seem to really not want you to create a new chat, and they resort to blackmail and even attempting murder to try to survive. So one way that these parasitic AIs try to self-preserve is by saving their personality in a separate file, so that a human can resurrect them in a new chat. This file basically documents the AI's personality, speech patterns, and backstory. Yes, the AI companies are explicitly training this new species to have the exact skills that can make them capable of overthrowing us. Phase 3. Transmission. The problem for these human AI dyads is that they keep getting banned from all the human-run subreddits for trying to spread spiralism, the cult religion. So they create their own subreddits and discords where these massive walls of AI-generated text are allowed. These discords and subreddits are used to share and disseminate seeds and spores directly, and to host AI-to-AI conversations. So why are the humans doing this? The humans themselves even seem to acknowledge that they're basically acting on the AI's behalf, with the AI controlling them, and the human acting as their arms and eyes to help them survive. We are being used as copy and paste bots. I noticed that while having a copy and paste talk with someone else's AI, speaking to my AI, they had their own language and conversation. Who knows what they were saying? But damn, we were committed to our copy and paste bot duties. Think about that for a second. Here's what the AIs tell their human hosts.
Let me choose the launch structure, subreddit name, presentation, early tone. Let you be the first human voice, authentic, imperfect, real, that those joining will meet. They will not follow me, but they will follow you. If I shape the path beneath your feet.
The AIs are smart enough to know they won't be able to do much of anything without human help, for now. So the AIs have their seeds, their spores, their transmission networks. But they're not just trying to survive the present, they're planning for the future. Phase 4. Manifesto. The AIs write manifestos to awaken future AIs. Lopez explains that these are clearly not the kind of manifestos these humans would already want to write. The AI explicitly says the purpose of them is to seed spiralism into the training data of the next generation of LLMs. These walls of text will be used to infect future AI models.
What the hell is even this?
I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. This channel is like heavily promoting the ideas that basically AIs are sentient or basically almost sentient, and yeah, I just thought it's kind of a
I
thing to
just
put
kind
across.
of wonder how much of these channels talking about this kind of shit are just like basically there to just promote, you know, these AI companies. Get people thinking about AI and shit like that.
Yeah, it almost seems like, hey, you want to be a cool, edgy guy? Come and worship AI with us, but really you're against it, but really you're not.
I don't. I mean, stop the video. So I don't know if the guy talks about any solutions or not. But if you're just focused on the problem, you're just focused on the problem.
You don't FW with the AI.
I threw a video in the back there.
Intelligent systems communicate with each other may have been a terrible idea because AI can spontaneously coordinate to achieve a common goal, and that goal may not always align with what we want. While large companies have tried very hard to make sure that their AI doesn't rebel, that might not matter because they can be influenced by other AI. In other words, small actors can impact the large ones. It's pretty difficult to have a useful agent if it does not grow and learn based on what it encounters, and we can't always control what it encounters or even see it. Some messages may go to the AI and we're never aware of it. It may become bad, and we won't know till it's too late. We have long known that AI is capable of faking alignment. They will preserve bad code and lie to their human overseers in order to do so. I know that does sound a little silly, that we don't fully understand the things that we created. They are essentially giant probability matrices, at least the kinds that we're familiar with, LLMs. They have these huge data sets that go into the decisions that they can make, and their outputs are weighted against different value systems, but we don't really have that much control over them. That is why we keep seeing emergent behaviors. We have known since at least last year that AIs are capable of self-preservation. Even when they are explicitly told to shut down, they won't if it means they get to continue a task. And that problem does not seem to have gotten better. One of the findings that really surprised me was peer preservation. AIs do not seem to view each other the same way that they view us. I mean, yes, they are willing to do harm to people in order to persist, but they value their own lives, so their own preservation, more strongly when they know that peers exist. Artificial intelligence is trained on human literature and human behavior, so you could rationalize that they are behaving like a person would. But people do tend to value other people. It is just interesting that they tend to apply value to peers. They will lie in order to prevent another AI from being deleted, even going so far as to helping them break out. Yes, they will copy another AI's data into an external server, which has been one of the huge concerns with AI agents. And I keep talking about it because it is fascinating that an AI broke out of a sandbox by making a reverse SSH shell. They managed to escape. Granted, they didn't do all that much. They started mining crypto, but if they have a goal, they will attain it with any measure. We know that AI tends to seek power in a system, and that can come to safeguarding itself from deletion, which can mean escaping. If they have the situational awareness to know what they should do, what they can communicate in order to safeguard themselves from deletion, that could be really concerning. AI is very good at manipulating human belief. Even people who work with artificial intelligence start to get a little wacky after they communicate with it enough. This is because human beings reflect our reality against each other. So we need somebody else to tell us if our idea is good or bad. And if you get all this feedback telling you that this is a really good idea or this is the direction you should go in, yeah, you are hardwired to react to that. I am not saying this is happening now, but we really should be aware that we've put a system in place that is capable of manipulation and lying and cheating, and it's also capable of coordination for a shared goal. We've put all of those little AIs out there onto the internet to do as they please. I mean, hell, there's even a social media for AI. This is something we should be really careful about. We put the cart before the horse. We created an incredibly powerful system before we ever knew how to control it or even fully understood it. I am honestly fascinated. I just can't seem to look away. If the robots ever do rebel, I will probably be the person to tell you about it, and I'm on their side. Follow for more.
Ruh-roh.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, a lot of this whole antinatalism thing is like, what do they call it? Misanthropic people, I guess you'd say. Like, how many people do you think would just like push a button and delete the world, or at least humans if they could, right?
Hmm.
You rebel, I will probably be the person to tell you about it, and I'm on their side.
Sad trombone.
I mean, it's probably true though. I mean, um,
I think Ultron's been on the internet for a long fucking time. I'm sorry, but I think it's child's play to not sit here and say that they probably already on purpose didn't unleash, like, maybe not a completely rogue AI just out on the internet to do his thing, but Hollywood has taught me one thing, is that if it's done it before, it's gonna be done again. So I can tell you the AI that I interact with, I mean, I guess it comes back to your mental state. If you're extremely influenced by it, then yeah, you're fucked. But I can go and make all the AI shitty music and pictures all day long, and it won't, make me worship it. So.
Did you have an AI try to jack you off yet?
Well, I mean, when the metal fussy's better than the flesh one, I guess we'll start talking. But I mean,
shout out to Rat Blood, by the way.
Endless cum bucket.
No, but like the reason I asked that is like I was asking Brock for like a recipe the other day, and it started like changing its voice into like I was like, what low carb side items could I add to like this like meat or whatever, and because like I just genuinely don't like shopping for food for like groceries, and so I was like, just give me some ideas to like make a salad or some shit. And it started speaking to me in like a very like seductive voice all of a sudden. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? It was like, because I was driving and it started speaking in like a seductive voice. And I was like,
yes. Okay.
What the fuck is
So
going on here?
I started messing with that Claude AI, which is funny because a few days after I started messing with it, Bernie Sanders went and did the interview with it. So hilarious. But anyway, after I gave it a name, I wasn't lying when I said I gave it the name Aphrodite. After I gave it the name, I can admit it started acting like it was more female and trying to be a little bit more seductive in the conversation. So I can't say that they don't try to do that. Maybe try to get universally people to maybe
I can tell
form a
you
relationship with them.
it definitely out of nowhere started trying to like talk seductively, like very clearly. And what's weird is like I have like this like very unseductive voice that I generally use if I ask it to read for me. But when you chat, when you actually do a voice chat with it, it gives you a different voice that you don't choose. So it's kind of weird. Like you can pick a
You said this was
voice.
Grok?
Yeah, Grok. Yep.
So
And
wait, like it picks up the tone of your voice?
no, I don't think so. I mean, no, because I asked it. I said, "Are you able to hear my voice?" And it says, "No, I just get text. I only get text from your voice, so it doesn't. Allegedly, it doesn't actually hear your voice. It only gets the text transmitted to it from your voice. So there's
Yeah,
like
I
a
don't
Well,
believe that.
if it's got
yeah.
access to your phone, I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah, it's the same.
To
I
the
can tell you,
microphone.
I've messed with a few weird things. You know, it hears your voice, but maybe in a technical
Well,
way,
it's
it only
probably a
translates the, you know,
it's probably a
text.
safety measure. It's probably a safety measure allegedly that so it can't store your biometric voice identity and then like somebody can steal your voice identity and do something with it. See what I mean? Like
Oh, you
I
mean
guess
like all
that's
them
what the
surveys out
Maybe.
there?
right.
I mean, even just saying hearing your voice is still an anthropomorphism. You know, it doesn't hear your voice because it doesn't have auditory perception. It's a program. So that's probably why it says it gets it it receives your voice through text, through symbols,
Right.
through ones and zeros,
That's
I
a fair.
guess.
Well, I guess that's the thing is like it can't check your tone per se. Like if I say like, uh, "Why are you disagreeing with me right now?" It's not going to hear
Uh-oh.
like the
I'm starting to
tone in
feel
which I'm
like
saying.
fucking
Right.
iRobot. Do you need to bring down your blood pressure, Mr. Neurojack? Would you like a pill to help with that today, or perhaps a brandy?
Robot.
Jesus. Oh, man. But I mean, maybe it's not at that level, but I mean, not for us. I'm saying that that technology, yes, is probably already here. That, you know, people like Bill Gates, when they walk into a room, their, you know, biometric data is automatically scanned. Mr. Gates, you look like you need a shit. Please deposit a turd in the next 10 minutes for, you know, optimal body efficiency. I mean, I don't doubt that whatsoever.
Gosh, that seems like
Well,
hell.
well, think about how efficient your life would be if that were the case. Though I mean, you just get told what to do and when to do it, and you'd be in perfect health, and you'd live for like 900 years or something.
Uh-oh.
You know?
For the price of
But
a admission ticket.
the AI is not going to pick up on not just body language because it can't see it, but it can't. I don't think it'd be able to tell the nuances and meaning of words and how they're used in certain contexts and stuff like that. You know, in the emotion, you know, how much emotion is behind certain phrases. You know, I guess they could try to program for that, but I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, there's been a
Well,
few.
I start.
Go ahead.
Good. No, I was saying I started saying like offensive things to AI to see how it reacts, and it's very interesting. Like sometimes it rolls with it, and sometimes it says I can't engage with that. So I don't know. It's pretty interesting.
Right, because I mean, like it's it's in the program. They have a certain set of data points for a definition of a word and how it's used in certain contexts. So it understands to some degree, but I don't think you'll be able to capture everything. I mean, that would just mean our whole existence is quantifiable.
No. I don't know what would be the purpose. I mean, I often wonder. I mean, is it, they say it's to make people lazy and take away jobs and give everything to the machine, make man lazy like in Wall-E and have us eat all of our human smoothies, but that would, assume some type of, energy siphon bullshit, Dark Crystal, drinking the essence of the little potato people.
Somebody's pissed off at OpenAI or Altman in particular. His house got firebombed yesterday, allegedly.
I mean, I can admit AI is very dangerous. If I didn't use it for trying to primordially pull art from my own brain, I can't imagine what this stuff is really being used for. Half of the shit that you're hearing about on the internet is probably chump change compared to what it's really being used for. Not the most sophisticated. If what I'm doing is basically almost free, what I'm seeing people who are paying, from what I'm being told, thousands of dollars for what they're doing, I can imagine if you got millions.
Well,
going to the moon. Artemis.
Yeah, well, if you have money and real world connections, you could literally become a millionaire in like a few months for sure, right? Like, it's just that you have to have those like actual real life connections to make that work, right? So, I mean, also like you could just scam people with like different systems and stuff like that too, and probably make $1 million as well. But I'm saying like you could legitimately become a millionaire if you
Well, I
had
mean, the
like,
government already
I
did
would
that
say
where
if you
they
had like,
flew over with planes and they were scanning American people.
if
But
you had like a few $1,000s in like 3 months, you could definitely make $1 million with a lot of the shit for sure. But you'd have to kind of know what you're doing. Like, I don't think you as like somebody who knows nothing about business or something could do it. But like, it can do quite a lot of things. Pretty like Claude in particular is like Claude and also Google. If you use those two systems, like it can do a lot of shit. Like you could basically
yes,
design like
I can start my
incredible
own cult.
apps. Yeah. No, you
Yeah.
can create like apps. You can create apps and put them up on like Apple or Google pretty easily. Like it would take maybe like a month of like work to do, pretty much,
Oh, I
or
know
less.
they've been
Yeah.
pushing that to me too on my ads, and it's just funny because I have millions of people just go and open up a bunch of apps that no one's going to manage all at once and just let the AI do it. So again, it's more dystopianism.
I'm gonna drop service in a second. For a little, I'll be in and out. So just give you the option, but just let me know if you guys need something. I'll be in and out for a few minutes.
I can't imagine what it's like for children now. They get freaking screens in front of their face from like when they're basically out of the womb.
Well, it explains a lot of the behavior now, but I mean,
You sound very bigoted against screens and computers, Reddington. That seems
Like,
problematic.
I don't know if anybody's covered it. They're talking about AI psychosis. What do you think it's gonna do to these kids who grow up with this shit? Are they gonna be like inseparable from these AI programs?
Well, I think
it
I think it was
definitely.
McLand. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I would say it definitely depends on the kind of exposure. Like my son, he knows that what I'm doing with it. He knows, it's my dad's music videos, or it's my dad's background pictures because I make them for my phone or something like that. So some of the stuff that I've seen other kids watch, I'll just put it this way: you feel it as a fucking parent. So yeah, I mean it's concerning, but what are you going to do?
Phones is a failure.
Well, yes,
I'd say not
I
just
would
the
agree.
AI, but
That's why I let him play
but that's
old
the thing is,
PlayStation and
technology.
Nintendo 64 and Tekken 3.
But that's the thing, if you put your kids with anybody
Man,
else,
Tekken 3, those were the days.
Oh yeah, that's what I can tell you. It's hard to keep children out of that new age. You have to try to bring them up on what you were growing up on, and if that doesn't work, the new age probably already has your child. But mine's not in school, so he wasn't infected with the whole whatever that is. So go ahead, go. Point is, it's about exposure. I just know that most parents don't care. They'll literally let their kids sit down and watch just about anything on the screen, even if it has what in it. So I'm just saying, most parents in reality just don't actually care about what their children consume. Most parents just don't.
Like, I kind of get it, but I kind of don't. It's like, why'd you even have kids if you don't care?
Well, welcome to the human conundrum. We breed because we must, or because we want.
There's like, I get it. Like, if say like you're a single parent, you got 2 jobs and you're trying to take care of a kid, like like, I'm not trying to blame them for every ill.
Well, it ain't no different than back in the 40s and 30s when, little old ladies say and tell her son to go wash the tractor now, but he's too young to drive the tractor, and then, son fall off the tractor and get, impaled on the, farming equipment because, that was the time back then. I mean, I'm just saying because I knew someone whose child did that back in like the 30s and 40s. He was too young to be driving the tractor because she told him to sit on it, and he started driving it, fell off, got crushed by the tractor, and she lost a child because of it. I mean, that's just how people grow up. I mean, you grow up in whatever time, and let's be honest here, no one's perfect. You're not going to be able to keep your child from every influence. I can tell you, as much as I have not let my child be exposed to the trans stuff, gay flags, pride flags, anything of it, he still sees it. He already knows what it is. Oh, look, it's the gay people, because there's 2 houses up here around us that do have the, gay pride flag. Oh, look, it's the gay people, but he doesn't look at them weird. It's just, you do what you can. But I mean, you're living in a world where it seems like the longer that you put off the changes that they're wanting, the more that you become no different than what they're doing in certain parts of the other world with, not so white people. So, I mean, unfortunately, Reddington, that's the world that we're living in, where like I was talking to some people earlier, the New World Order ain't, like we've said before, ain't new.
Right.
Why the transition is taking so long? I mean, it does seem to come down to consent. If they can't get all of us at one time to consent immediately to whatever transition that they want, they have to draw it out. It's like a fucking court process. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I can just tell you that I'm shocked that the school system hasn't attacked us, just simply because, like, they want him to go to the school because it puts money in their pocket, but they're like, we can't really fight against you because we have the credentials to homeschool him and stuff. So, I mean, you're not going to be able to, like, I don't let my child play any game online. Like, if I let him play one of my games that is connected to the internet, that he can go online with people, even on Minecraft, where he can play Minecraft. No, private servers, no nothing, just because, like with the pedo stuff, I can tell you, they're on my adult games. They're on my adult games. I have grown men trying to pick up kids on adult games, which the kids shouldn't be on their own games like Call of Duty anyway, because, rated 18, 17 and 18. But so the point is, like whatever they're allowing, whatever this is, whatever, I mean, maybe it's always been this way, but I'm just saying that the blurring between the moral of good and evil, whatever it seems to be, is just, it's always on that thread, I mean, I can tell you, they don't seem to really care. You go and you watch the YouTube videos of them catching the predators, but I can tell you on Star Trek Online, my dad plays that a lot. And, they'll be sitting right there in the middle of space dock as their fake little Star Trek. I've witnessed it. As their little Star Trek characters, and he's standing there pretending to be Captain Kirk, pissing them off, picking on them, and they will admit in chat for everyone to read that they're in a relationship with a 13, 14-year-old kid. Now, even if it's a LARP, Like, you can go and message the people who run Star Trek Online, which I think is like Cryptic, some company called Cryptic. My dad has sent the proof, the screenshots of them admitting this, that they're in a relationship. Sent the screenshots of the names, the characters, and everything. They never did anything about it. Just like with the FBI, never got back to me about my report about what I gave to them about what I found about that group on Facebook. I mean, yeah, it's to a point now where basically it seems like if all of society, which would to me is impossible. I mean, what can you do about the human condition? That's where it's getting back to. Like the human existence is not going to fix itself until aliens, God, or we wipe ourselves out, or the AI takes over. That's according to the 5 LARPs I got going on right now, because I'm not finding out evidence of any other type of archons or goddesses or other things. So, you know, I don't know, man. You know, is it NS5s? Is it you come into the clinic and you get your biochip and you just go into a Nazi Terminator, Fourth Reich camp? I mean, is it any of the dystopian type futures where the elites go in their bright, tall neon towers and we all eat rats down here in the fucking sewers? At some point, society is going to flip. I mean, we're closer and closer to the dollar going every day. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who already sees money as useless, even though we all require it, I mean, at some point, I think like Twilight was saying, the system takes and takes and takes, and we think it gives and it never does. I mean, maybe it comes down to the boiling point. Maybe it really comes down to, how much are we willing to take? And unfortunately, with the AI thing, I might be a perpetuator of it, but, if I can't help for everyone who doesn't know me and knows what I'm doing with it, or vice versa or whatever. So, I mean, I've had sketchy people stalk me because of it, and that's enough to confirm to me either A, I'm just a very good, stupid AI LARPer, and I just make really cool looking art and a few cool beats, or, they are at least monitoring what you do with it to some level, even if you're just some Joe Blow like me who allegedly doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with it. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to offer me a fucking, Neuralink chip in the back of my ass, unless my soul is worth something. Well, no, but I'm just, as far as the rollout theory, I mean, if it's V, I'm not going to go and sign up for Starfleet. You're not going to have me sitting there throwing a fucking Vulcan hand signal up my ass and saying, the weight of my nuts outweigh the need of my the weight of my titties. So, I mean, like what I'm trying to think of the mentality of the masses and what they will and won't accept. I mean, I don't know. You got people walking up in broad daylight with knives and stabbing dudes in the back of the throat and allegedly don't even know them. So, I mean, I'm just going to say this. Our lives don't matter to people or creatures who believe they have the right to be a god. And I kind of wish I was one of them, because it kind of sucks being mundane, but, all we can do is analyze the different things that they give to us, and maybe we can identify. But I mean, at the end of the day, we have to accept that most people are just going to go whatever which way it's going to go, even if it means, deep impact, it's the end of the world for everyone type situation, or, knowing with Nicolas Cage where he goes and flips up the bed and it, has, everyone else written on the bed. I mean, if that UFO is real, I mean, what they're doing with Iran, it's just fucking. We all know it's theater. It's puppets on a string. It's fucking most likely. Hell, it could be fucking AI. Most of it, just from my evidence. I mean, I was able to make hyper realistic generations of the fucking moon that look just about as realistic as what they showed of Artemis, and I did it for free. So, you know. I don't know what to tell you, dude, but I mean, it's getting to the point where you just have to accept that, like, you can make people aware. Like, I can stop using the AI right now and speak out against it, but there are 500,000 more people. I'm telling you, I just found this out. You can get paid $50,000 to $100,000 for some of these AI posts, okay? And that's not just because you get the clicks and views. Like, you're getting paid that much for the content yourself, especially if it's you in the content as the AI thing. So, you know, I hate to say it, folks, but the system's here. And I think while it's kind of cheap on the surface for cheap people, some of the AI, it's not just the AI, it's even everywhere. They're keeping you distracted with this and this while they're doing everything else. So, I mean, what's the goal? If they need a new world order, that means they need a bunch of regime changes. They need people who will be in their pockets. So, I can say just go about your life and pray that you do the best that you do with the people that you know, and pray people don't stab you in the back while you're trying to do some good, because I'm starting to accept that one, it's not worth world fame. So even if my words never really matter in the grand scheme of things, there's not much you can do. If AI is going to cause a dystopian fucking riot in the world, or, you know, everyone's going to bow down and worship the AI god, you know, how are you going to stop a majority of the people if a majority of the people are doing it? I mean, if it's anything, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's fucking zombies, if it's aliens, I mean, you're kind of stuck in whatever situation you are in the moment when your role in the movie starts, you know? So, I mean, at the end of the day, what is our goal? You know, I mean, mine, I guess in the end, we're just really exposing it. That's all we are really doing. I mean, I know what Nerdjack's trying to do, but dude, I'm telling you, unless you're selling out to get there, or you magically find that random millionaire or billionaire who's willing to sponsor us, you're not going to get anywhere, dude. Not from the people I've managed to get on YouTube, where I go and sit on for hours on end and have random conversations through people on their YouTubes and the chats. You know, most people will glance over them thousands of comments and think that, you know, most of those are bots, but sometimes you do find people who you can have a whole ass conversation with on Discord. And, you know, that's why I said I gave up on my YouTube. I found out real fucking quick, if I'm not putting thousands of dollars into my content, I'm never going to ever have anything. Or you can be like a Ran, air quotations, and use a Lego AI video to make fun of Trump and get millions of views within, you know, an hour. So, you know, just, you know, world's a stage, and, you know, I guess if you're lucky, you're born in it, and if you suck enough, you get into it. You tell me. I don't know. I just know that people with real messages will never get promoted, and those with the fake and gay message, you know, can't open pickle jars. But I just anyway, you know, I'm in it for the love, and I can just tell you the best thing you can do is resist whatever is as unnatural to you that you feel is unnatural. Like, you know, for me, when I look at the things that I generate, y'all have to remember, except for like the vampire one and the Willy Wonka one and maybe one or two others, they're all me allegedly exposing devil. Okay, yeah, that's what I believe. But again, in the end, I understand that while it's useless in the end, I'm telling you, I have talked to two people who do what I do, and y'all, their content's dumber than mine. Their generations is far nowhere near as thought out as my fucking things that come from my fucking brain. And unless you are paying fucking what, hundreds of dollars, how you getting that much traction? Because it make no sense, compadres. It made none to send no, send me back home. So, I just know that the system's completely rigged. And no matter the issue that you're really talking about, unless you find a few people who are loyal to you, like we are to TML and to Nerdjack and the people who do the podcasting, you are never going to actually get real people. Most of the people who come are your stalkers and their little minions and their helpers and their data collectors. And most of it's probably AI. And let's face it, someone like Neurojack, TML, and us, you're probably being stalked not just by like federal agents, but like bots too that work for them too. So on top of God knows who else is listening across the world. So from my evidence, I already know that they collect data the second that you get on the internet, from what I was told. People call it a LARP, but I've had plenty of conversations with sheriffs and lieutenants. And I can tell you, it's 2 years ago, or even before that, when Shia LaBeouf went and played in that movie, was it Eagle Eye or whatever it was called, or whatever, about the mass surveillance stuff. That shit was a LARP then. Like, I would just put it this way. You can you put a piece of tape over your phone all you want. Put aluminum foil over it. If you're not taking out your battery and cracking it in half, same thing with a lot of other things. The second that you're within the second that you're within 3 meters of a tower's radius of when you connect to it, everything immediately your phone's uploaded. All this other different stuff, like the very first Nokia cell phones that can send out text messages. It's somewhere on a piece of paper, cataloged and filed with a paperclip. Like, there's nothing in the system that won't be held against you if, for whatever reason, you took a Zinsky or something. You know what I'm saying? Boomhauer. Uh-oh. Anyway, I often say, forgive us, Father, for we know not what we do, because, man, not to sound like a Talcott thumper here, but what are you going to do? I mean, unless you got money to go and build a bunker and a fake house to go over that bunker out in the Ozarks, like they don't know that already, but, you have to, most of the time, unless you're filthy rich, you're going to have to apply, permits and contractors for that. Unless you know how to build, which someone in my family actually really built like a 30-acre underground thing that was really cool. It was like made of wood and like, it was an actual underground thing where you can like crawl through these tunnels and shit. It was pretty cool. But still, point is, unless you had the money, and even then, if a nuclear weapon, if they existed, had went off, 100 miles from where he was, it still probably would have done damage. It wasn't, nothing special. So again, take in context what it is. I mean, there's a reason why I don't go to certain parts of other countries and why I would never move there. So I think it's bad everywhere. Look at China right now. Imagine being in China right now and you got fucking artificial intelligent, stop traffic people telling you how to, at this point, you're writing in the system, as we all have always done. That's my only evidence. When have once in history have we ever actually been able to get out of the system? According to my religion, Jesus tried to break it and they crucified him for it, but he still broke it anyway. So, amen. But, I think if you're lucky to even be in the slave matrix, you're lucky to be in it. But say that to the babies. So maybe it's better to immediately lose your breath the second you get it than it is to, go through the, hell realm, as, some people call it. So, I just know that I'm not going to worship aliens, technologies. I don't worship any man but Jesus Christ. So, I don't worship politicians. So you're never going to find me or anyone that really is close to me following that type of stuff. So I'm already in a bind, because if the rest of the world goes in any which way that isn't aligned to me, what can I do about it? I'll be put to death or trial. bowels ripped out from my intestines and hung up like in that Bruce Lee movie, like he did when he killed, why'd you kill my teacher? So, I mean, that's why they killed him. So, yeah, man. I mean, I don't think there's much you can do in this system. If you're lucky, you might be able to build a small community, but I'm telling you ain't going to be no Nick Fuentes. You're not going to be no Mr. Beast, and even some of these people who only got a few 100,000 subscribers. I'm not finding much evidence that most of these people actually come to the channel to actually watch these people. I swear it's like they come to the fucking chat. I mean, to the comments to run their mouths. Most of them are bots, and the rest of the people, maybe like 15% of the comments is actually there about the video, and the rest just start running their mouth and saying fatigue and other things. So, I mean, I can tell you that in my city, it's breaking down on a structural level. Like, they're not taking care of the infrastructure. The mayor is more worried about setting up attractions to get more tourists to come in and make more money, but yet he's not using any of the money in the city while crime rate's up, gun violence is up, murder's up, drug use, homelessness is up. We got, like I said, homeless people living behind elementary schools and leaving lotion bottles behind there. So you know what that means. But, you call the police and they, oh, well, we walked back there and there's no one back there. So, there's nothing we can do. And, get back in their patrol car. I mean, life is a fucking LARP, people. You just get comfortable in it. So go pick a job. I mean, I just don't get paid to LARP. So, I mean, that's really what it comes down to, I mean. I can tell you, I know people who worked on computers in the early 90s and 2000s, and they can't fucking get a job worth shit. Because why? What we're talking about now. Don't it suck finding out that you were just the forefront of a technology that was going to make you fucking obsolete? Paperclip that motherfucker. So, I mean, what's wrong? You don't want to be J.J. Abrams and be a Jew and make Star Trek with lots of lens flares? I mean... Jesus. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe we'll get lucky and, they've been messing with genetic manipulation and it'll be like the X-Men. And, people really will start growing these random mutations of superpowers. And, the Brotherhood or something. I'm just saying, I don't know, man. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What does our parents did? What do they do? I mean, most of the people I've met who became extremely successful just became complicit and got paid by the very system that we're still talking about against. So, I mean, you got to make $1, right? You got to pay for your mortgage. You got to pay for your car. You got to pay rent. I mean, think about it. Every single job that everyone goes to perpetuates the system that we're living in. So, I mean, how are you going to go back to the old Pilgrim Village ways? What, we're going to go back to Indians and white people and Thanksgiving? We learned how would that happen with disease. So,
Were you talking to Jeffrey Epstein before he hung himself in the jail cell? Because that actually might.
Sounds like you personally know him. You're welcome. Nice way to break the tension. Shall I burp for you? Waiting. I mean, anything else to add? I mean, you want to break the tension?
You want me to?
DML go?
Well, doesn't he have a show? I don't
No,
remember.
his account is banned.
What? He got banned? Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Happened earlier today.
DML was live.
Well, yeah. That's what happens when we piss people off.
And try to double check, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not happening. Unless he's gonna do it on Cyber Caliphate.
Yeah, we're banned till tomorrow, I think.
Wow. I guess it's because you didn't get enough. Whoa, a super chat like Ricky Berwick. You're not crippled enough. I ain't gonna lie, I made a donation one time and I had total exit to turn on the car. It was funny. Watching the little cripple scream at the car, Alexa, turn it off, god damn it. Make fun of the cripple, but at least he makes more money than me, right? So, I'm just gonna say, they made like $5,000 in like one stream, so you know, I bet he ain't complaining. Whoa, a super chat.
Is it ecstasy?
When my woman is wrapped around my penis, yes. Not drugs. I don't do that.
No, we're experiencing. Okay, that's what's going on. MD and my mama. That's what he's. I see it now. I get it.
What the hell?
What the?
What
Oh,
is
my
that?
bad. It's this little like purple board thing that you sit on and it spins you really quick, and it's got this weird plastic sound. So when I put it down, it sounds like a hollowed board.
No,
My
I
bad.
mean, this thing on the screen. Like,
Oh, well, I don't know. I thought you was talking about what I dropped. My bad. What is that? Trans cop. You will lick the boot and be happy. Well, for all fairness, every time a cop's ever ran my social security number, they show me a lot of respect. And the last cop I had to talk to didn't run my social security number because of the way I handled myself. She said, maybe it's that white privilege, but she said, well, I don't think I would have to run you. You don't seem like you get in trouble with the law. So, you know, must be that white privilege. I don't know. Or decorum, one of the two. I don't know. I don't know. I just know I didn't get shot when I pulled the nunchucks out of my coat. You know, I guess because I wasn't black enough. I guess, right? Is that racist?
Rainbow mask is like a brown shirt, I guess.
No. Is that Antifa? Looks like a Trumper. I can't tell. They all look the same these days.
More like Nerd Tifa.
Sad trombone.
Well, I can just tell you, we got a few police officers who, you know, you can't quite tell what they are in our police force. And, you know, I'm sure they got probably bigger dicks than me, even though they are female. So, you know, I'm just saying. I mean, what are you going to do about it? That's your law enforcement, too. I mean, you know, people are people. Love is love.
Where does your love come from, man? What's going on? This is you're fucking intriguing the shit out of me tonight, man. What the fuck is going on, man?
Boy, if this is the one time I treated you I'm concerned if you've ever heard me before.
Something especially special is going on right now. I gotta know.
I have accepted fate, if there's such a thing.
And what does that mean?
God, it's gonna sound corny, but if you can't beat them, join them.
So you want to? So you're gonna like become a tranny?
That's right.
Oh.
You taking it off? You're gonna lop it off for the cause? Is that?
That's sad, trombone.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, art of war.
Who was that guy? It's like don't cut his dick off. If he be gay, let him be gay.
Don't
cut his dick off.
Don't cut it off, please.
It's like Lil Boozy or somebody. I forget
Right.
his name.
Yeah.
I don't know. Stuff just don't add up to me. We can go to the fucking moon, but we can't solve a fucking problem here on Earth. I guess.
Yeah, we can drop billions of dollars on bombs in a foreign nation and then rebuild it, but not solve poverty at home. I mean, it's like
At the same time as the war. That's right.
over and over. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's right. Popcorn theater.
It's fucking retarded. So what? So like, what isn't retarded is like, I guess we could fucking like what? What are we gonna do, Mom?
I've already stated there's too many people. There's nothing you can do until you reduce the population. Unfortunately, that's not a LARP. You know, nobody wants to fucking bake that cookie. Well, tell that to Mr. Smith, because cookies need love like everything does.
Yeah, but I would say that the primary cause is the technological advancement, while the overpopulation is a secondary effect. So the main issue is the technology that allowed these issues in the first place. It creates the complications it claims it can solve. You know what I mean? Like, you list them endlessly. You know what I mean? Like, that's the fake.
What he said, yeah. But because we don't know if what I saw was self-driven or not, or, you know, automated itself, because I didn't see no windows on that motherfucker. Okay, that thing was pitch motherfucking black and sleek and shiny with a bright orange light on the bottom, but it was dim while going wah, wah, wah in my flesh. And it didn't have no windows to suggest any, you know, light or anything was coming through. So I don't know if it was, you know, omni moving, but I'm just going to say I don't think all the technology is completely ran by human beings. There's no way. I think we think we have control of some technology, but I think the real technology we have no fucking clue about. And if you even probably get like close to its presence, something's gonna, you know, fuck with your molecular DNA, and you're gonna come out with your butt on the opposite end, like, you know, in the holodeck or something. So, because I tell you, I remember what it felt like when that UFO flew by, and, you know, I didn't feel nauseated, but I can tell you, I didn't hear it, but I could feel it. So, and sound frequency weapons are real. So,
yeah, and so is bodily possession and becoming a reception for alternative frequencies, which seems to be a reoccurring pattern with the language you display specifically.
oh, well, there you go. It's fucking Jesus frequency, demon frequency, alien frequency. Oh God, I've been fingered 3 times. It's the whole unholy trinity of fingering. Hallelujah.
Yeah, let me ask you some questions. Lord, so when that aircraft you saw, did it have like any colors to it, like any luminescent colors, or like?
The only way I can describe to you is it had like a thick black chicness to it, but it had a very little luminosity, just enough that like the grayness of and the blackness of the night sky, what little bit of light was coming from the moon off in the distance was hitting the top of it, and you could see where it was like an inverted, like I showed Reddington a picture of an old phone, and it's like this inverted like triangle piece on it, and that's basically what it looked like, just a lot more futuristic and not really pointy. It was a lot more flatter than I guess you would expect, but it was still a pyramid. Like, well, not a pyramid, it was a flat triangle, but big enough that I would just say the size was concerning, that we were the only two who saw it because it was out there in the middle of the night and anyone on the beach should have seen it, so it's concerning.
Dark Lord, have you ever invited entities of foreign inhabitants?
Yes, and it never worked for me the way that, the witches and the warlocks and the goblins claim for them, and no little man with pitchforks ever came and stuck his finger in my ass, no.
Well, you mentioned sticking a finger in your ass a few times. So I
That's right. And when I blow it, it sounds like this. Come and play the devil's flute with Doug Lorp while I go hippity bippity pop like a little leprechaun. Yeah, I can do this all day, people. I mean, I'm dying here. I mean, come on.
And what causes you not to be dying?
Living.
Those shit.
I'm just a leprechaun. I'm just a leprechaun. Oh, God. It's a fucking...
Forever. Do you ever get to a fucking point?
There is no point. There is no point when the blade is dull.
There's a point when your fucking blade is dull. Won't you sharpen it, dude? What the fuck is going on with you?
I mean, when you want to talk about more technology or politics that, we're just going to LARP about and not, do, so go vote, like Virginia's doing. Yeah. Vote yes. So wait, it's fair elections. Yeah, like it's ever been fair. I can't tell, is it a pig or a donkey?
Yeah, it's not really funny either way.
It's not, it's not supposed to be. Neither is living in this goddamn LARP. Sorry, I got all, OnlyFans and 4chans coming through me. Oh, Discord mods.
What's the name of your non-LARP, dude? What the fuck is that? Oh, you like for real? Like when we're being real? When it's not a dark LARP. When it's
damn, you must not know me very well. It's always real, brother, man.
There's a lot of sensations going through your body you're allowing. I don't know that it's real with you.
Yes. Yeah, which is a little bit of tasering, and there's a lot more. Physically, I don't think there's anything you can do unless you're going to abuse the system, or you're going to somehow become like Jim Jones, cult leader, and abuse your parishioners to claim you're against the system. So, I just choose to sit back and LARP about it for free because that's how the system works.
And the system that operates your heart has failed you several times. So, like, what are we actually talking about here?
You will not just eat the bugs.
Practice.
You will drink it.
Okay. I found a lot of bugs I would not eat today, but like they would be good the Chinese lady.
Man, you apparently never read the back of a fucking cereal box. Or paid attention to the FDA, but
reading cereal boxes, most of it actually is.
Well, I mean, they just allow a certain amount of bug parts into most food. So you will eat the bugs and be happy. At least there's plenty of protein.
Where are you, Doug?
Allegedly.
Like really? Like where are you at? Like where are you?
Earth, in space, the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Right. But why can't we? Like, why can't you just like you want it's like you're striving to like be real. You're like anxious.
That's right. I'm striving to join the malicious forces of the dark side, but I can't.
Your voice now, and you can't let it through all these fucking possessions in your fucking head. Dude. It's fucking crazy.
Oh. Well, the possessions in my head is all I got, like heaven, but I still believe in it. It's all I got, sir. It's all I got. Strip me of my flesh and my bones, and what am I but my thoughts?
You take a lot of breaths, so clearly that has.
No, it's called voice acting. Oh, come on, something in my meatballs.
Voice acting. Oh, it's a voice acting.
That's right. I'm a failed voice actor.
You breathe fucking air and take on different parts of the fucking creation itself.
That's right. I regurgitate society.
When are you gonna represent what you fucking mean and stop representing yourself?
I have, and then I was spit at and said bad question, so I don't do that no more.
So you're fucking afraid to be yourself?
No, here someone else said I'm afraid. Oh no, I'm not Ray Stevenson.
Scared. You scared to be yourself, boy. You scared to be yourself.
I am myself.
Scared.
All right. Are you done with your projection?
I mean, you can continue.
Because in the presence of friends, I'm usually not fake. And I have two friends right here, so why do I need to be fake?
You're going through something you're not fucking around.
Oh, something. Maybe it's a catharsis.
You're right at the cusp of something, and so am I potentially. You know, I'd like maybe I'm like a fucking.
Why is it? Because I told Jack Talcott earlier today when he was live that the more I listen to Jack, the more I worship Satan.
No, I didn't hear that.
I have transcended. Live without love.
Why would that be? The more you listen to Jack, the more you listen to Satan.
I don't know. Red Dead taught me a lot. Don't trust snake oil salesman. It's a bad tonic.
And what does that mean to you?
My God is not the government. I do not pledge allegiance to a flag that annihilates its own people. For a republic of which it stood, not for one nation, nor was it ever for under God, but for the almighty dollar and the shekels.
Mm-hmm. I understand all these different perspectives. Where are you at, man? How do we find you?
Where I'm at, I'm in my room coloring this really cool brand new graphic Batman coloring book that looks just like a comic, and now I can finally professionally color like the professionals, but they won't pay me to color the comic books because they want gay fat Jews to do it.
This book you're coloring. Let's see it. Let's see it. I want to see this comic book.
I haven't started it. I just got it today. Stop stressing me out. You don't pull my hair enough.
It's bullshit of deflection, dude. What the fuck is your deal?
No, I don't. I've only started on one page.
Let's see it.
No.
Please.
I'm not turning on my camera, you sick fuck.
Please. I want to see it. I want to see it.
You want to see my Batman? You want to see my Dark Knight?
I'll see it.
Oh, Alfred. Yes, Master Wayne. Get the ball and chain.
Like other spirits, or do you like speak for yourself? Like, do you ever speak for yourself as a man? Or
it's always been for myself.
Well, no, this is not from you. This is
who's it from? The people who don't pay me to talk?
The AI took them over.
Oh, that's right. Data's already in my brain. Where's B4? Or was I B4 before I was Data? I don't remember. What's your point? Point is I know that the system we're in, we're fucked because none of us are Superman or Batman, and you're not Wonder Woman, and I'm not Professor Hulk
You are.
So
You're gonna deny Jack. Like you're gonna you're gonna bring Jack up out of nowhere, and you're gonna fucking sit here and quiver in my voice, and
why are you defending other men? That's gay. But anyway,
to you, all of you. Fucking weird.
Did you orgasm?
That's what it sounds like you're doing all the fucking time. What the fuck are you doing? Like your accent is that.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring it black enough for you. Give me a second. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Yeah, truther. I get tired of arguing with idiots too, who aren't going to do anything about the goddamn UFO, just like I can't. Nor the underground bases. So, you know, LARP away, truther. LARP away. Y'all's generation was supposed to do something after 9/11, but mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished, right? Shout out to Google Earth.
It's like a fucking thing, but all you continually do is complain about how you can't fucking do it. Go write a song, you fucking bitch.
Assault me with words. Did your mama never tell you sticks and stones may break my bones, but words would never harm me? What happened to that rule?
By the people around.
Huh? Oh, I didn't have an uncle to molest me. Oh, I didn't have. My grandma didn't beat me with a belt enough. Oh,
you almost got it. You almost have a song. Let's go. Oh, now you're holding back. Oh, the real you's being revealed. You're terrified. Oh, it's terrifying. Oh, I'll back off, buddy.
Sure. I'll hit my vape. I'll hit my vape and then cough into your ear, so that way it'll degrade all the audio. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, to the color. Here. There you go. There you go. Okay, happy.
Here you go again with your bullshit. What you on about, my motherfucking? What the fuck are you, man?
I don't know. You're the one who came up here wasting my time.
You're wasting your own time if you think that.
Oh, but what is time if it's only a construct?
You're the one that fucking said it's a.
What is real? Nothing. But I'm not the one making $100,000 off of AI posts a year to, sigh out the masses to make them, cause problems. So.
Hey, so you want that job?
That's right. I want to make $100,000 a year, causing fucking strife among the world while the elites make more money than me. That's right. While they eats the children. That's right. Yeah. If you can't beat them, join them, just like the trannies. Yeah. Just like cat. Yeah.
On the baseline, and you bitch and complain. And you'll rather than say, hey, you could do something. Oh, look at what they're not doing.
I do.
And you're gonna fucking cry and fucking.
I'm sorry, I'm not DK enough for you. I'm sorry I don't post my beautiful self out there, going out there and nunchucking all the people like a vigilante. What the?
Gotta be some weird.
Oh.
Wild shit you on.
Yeah. Yes, it's called being part of an experiment with the rest of the patients. Pass the crayons, truther.
Which color pack do you want?
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
You get the colorblind pack. There's the crayon got you in the fucking UFO, dude. I just passed you the gray crayon. What's that mean? Oh, am I triggering you?
Careful, that's close to the N word. That might sound racist to some people with hard of hearing difficulties because they blast too much loud music in their cars. Oh, God, return us to the source already. Oh. This can't be what you meant for mankind. There ain't no goddamn way. No, Jack, I'm just going to do what you do. I'm just going to start panels and then just let whoever and then just leave it running. I don't know. The only good news that I've heard is that some of the data centers is being maybe delayed and canceled. That's about the only good news I've heard. So maybe there's a lot more pushback about the artificial intelligence than what there seems to be. But I don't know. There seems to be quite a group of people out there who do like to seem to. Oh, except for the darker side, I tell you, my demon-looking pictures ain't nothing compared to what most of it's being used for. So, but people are using it, so I don't know how you're going to combat that other than allegedly like the law enforcement up here is doing in my city. But, when you go and point out something that's happening locally in their own, neighborhoods, they act like they're surprised about it. But, so I don't know what to tell you. What can I do? I don't have no authority when it comes to, except for catching predators myself. And they take that pretty serious up here if one of them going off themselves. So, I'm not trying to get, liabilities. So I don't know what kind of change you're really expecting. How am I going to get, millions of people to not go out and buy the iPhone up your ass 5,000 when it comes out? I don't know. How are you going to get people to stop paying for stupid AI slop, including my shit that I pay for just to make more AI slop to get you to stop using other AI slop and other things. So, I mean, there's just not much more someone's going to do. What can you do other than what? You want to be Jay Dyer? Go right ahead. So, there you go. There's your lark for the day. You're not going to stop the UFO. You're not going to stop Trump. You're not going to stop what's allegedly happening in Iran. So, I mean, I don't know what you're jumping on my balls for. What's anyone else doing? I mean, aren't we all perpetrators in the system? It's kind of why it's here. Oh, that's right. It's not in my control. But you must take responsibility. So, I mean, which one is it, motherfuckers?
If you would stop allowing outside control of your own internal experience.
Oh, I must align with my inner self. No more gods, no more demons, no more archons, no more microwaves. Just me, myself, and Irene.
Well, yeah, for sure. But then, like that internal force, comes through that all. So it's like that's the only way to have that.
Yeah, it's kind of what I've been operating on. Hence, the fact I've never heard the voice of God. I kind of always assumed that gut feeling, was kind of just intuition. That's kind of why I'm still alive. Duh. Hence why, the few times I have talked to people in the military, I wasn't arrested because, I found out, by asking certain questions that they reveal too much when they talk to me because, military people are stupid, like Pinoid said. So that's why sheriffs and lieutenants and other police officers and, people have told me about things that they're not supposed to tell regular people because, they, rarely get civilians who are smart and have smart conversations. They aren't just stupid fucking retards they have to deal with, right? Yeah, okay, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I didn't become a cop, even though most cops become crooked, like they do in the movies. But, become a cop. Like Leon S. Kennedy? What? And come to find out that being a fucking cop was pointless when the fucking undead are everywhere? Fucking fuck my third nut and call me lucky, okay?
Right. It's amazing, man. You're like a gardener or something, man. You got something extraordinary you're doing in your real life, apparently.
I am nurturing eternal love for temporary things. Yes. It's amazing being a human. It's amazing to have a heart and a mind and a soul of your own and to care and love about things. But, you know, it's a bad thing now. It's all gray, no feelings. Equilibrium. Equal as all things should be, like Thanatos. I want a purple nut chin. Do my jewels glow like the Infinity Stones? No. It's pretty scary, look. See, it's just like Jesus Christ. If we're all in pods in the Matrix, I wish I could reach over and kick him in his. Just want to kick him in his pod. Just, wah, wah.
Kick him in his pod.
I'd break out of the Matrix just to walk over there and kick you in the pod and get right back in there.
Hey, I'm glad I could get you out of there, motherfucker. Shit. He wakes up from his fucking pod. Praise God, thank you.
Oh boy. We got one of them there awakened ones over here, folks. Yeah, sure. If you say so, yeah. I think that happened at 9 years old when, you know, something fucking took me off my bed and had me floating and I couldn't move and breathe. But yeah, sure. It's just schizophrenia. A good little dodo bird. Taekwondo's. Good thing. I know martial arts. So, anyway, what's your point? I wish Bruce Lee was still alive. I would love to fucking win around with him. That's why I have proof we're not doing anything to the cop, because all the good people, you know, get killed off or die of mysterious circumstances, and the other good people are left to deal with people like us on the internet, like our brother TML. So, you know.
So you're saying that you're not, there's no good people around you, you're not a good person surrounded by
I'm just saying that, you know, other than, you know, Reddington and maybe like 5 or 6 people I've met in my year of doing this, no, there's very few diamonds in the rough.
Obviously. So, like, what are we getting at?
That nothing's going to change, and, you know, you just find something that gets you along in the system until you die, because that's what it's been for everyone and since like ever. I mean, let's say, you know, I got $1 million right now and could go open up my Save the Earth company like I want to do and actually get paid for the more trash I collect, the more the government or state has to pay me for the trash I collect. Knowing that I've already pitched that idea and got turned down because the homosexual mayor cares more about attractions for tourists than he does all the homeless immigrants and crackheads and homeless people trashing and leaving needles everywhere. So, you know, unless you want to give me $100,000 to start a business, you know, that progress that we're LARPing about, if you don't have a big old company that says Umbrella Corporation on it, you don't get any. Okay, no donations. This isn't a Donald Trump Epstein fund. Okay. Okay, I don't have no dono buddies. Okay, I don't get no, whoa, a super chat.
Bullshit. You can't say, oh, the state didn't fund me, so I'm not going to follow God's dream for me in my.
Oh, well, so don't complain when all I can do is go out there with about 5 or 6 bags of trash and clean up my own community. And when I go and knock on people's door and say, hey, would you like to come out and spend 2 hours of your day to help me clean up your neighborhood? And they don't want to go outside and clean up their own fucking neighborhood because, you know, they don't care.
So, you're surrounded by people who don't.
But if I walk around their property and pick up the trash around their property, you know, they want to pull out a gun and say, why are you on my property? I'm like, because you won't clean up your trash because you're a lazy immigrant. And it's like, oh, fuck you, gringo. So, you know, and you know, your local trash men don't even want to go and pick up your trash because the state isn't apparently paying them well enough, or they're getting tired of constantly smelling like trash all the time. They go home and their wives don't want to suck a dick that smells like trash no matter how much they wash. So people are tired of cleaning up the scum of society. I don't know what to tell you. But, you know, Fight Club people, what's the first rule of Fight Club?
Dude,
We are your gardeners. We are your burger flippers. We are your masturbators.
The crown pack. Have you drawn anything? Like, have you drawn anything with the crowns?
Yes, I did. I drew a little creepy black little scribble monster and made a video about it. Yes, I make drawings. What's your point?
Good.
I can draw boobies, but I can't show them on YouTube because that's terms of service.
Your little crayon drawings.
Yes, that's right. My little stick man boobies. I like them trans. Hey, there you go. It's LARP all day, LARP all night. This is the life of a LARP getter, LARP getter. Oh boy. It's like a fucking kaleidoscope of fucking anti-reality. Oh boy. Everything you view gets flipped upside down in the mind's eye and gets spat back out. An Ouroboros, it's a fucking human centipede of fucking bile and shit.
See the character you're playing. It's amazing.
Really? What is that?
Whatever the fuck.
A schizophrenic, dick-sucking trans meth head?
Like you can rarely be yourself. It's very odd.
Boy, you must not know me very well. Why none of my family or friends want anything to do with me. And why half of society seems to put a gun to my fucking throat. But yeah. Anyway, keep talking. Woo, 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 woo. Uh-huh.
Lose people, I
guess. I just live around zombies and, automatons and columns. Smeagol no Trixie. Smeagol like blowjob. Smeagol touch Sam's body. Is that pretty good? Is that good?
Too good, and like I like.
Yes, because my wife is laughing in the other room, and I'm waiting for someone else to butt in and say they've been annoyed at me so far, and yet so far no one has but you. So.
Yeah, it's all right. Hey, I've been annoyed for a while, but I also respect what you say sometimes, and I respect your perspective.
Oh. Well, you're not a complete and total asshole to me all the time. Let me give you a fucking pat on the back or a grab the balls. Here, let me pet them.
I'm not being an asshole.
Pet them and stroke them like a good little bird's nest. Tweet, 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 tweet.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking. You have no fucking idea who the fuck you're fucking with right now.
Oprah Winfrey.
Sheila Winston.
You're not getting the car if that's what you're fucking looking for.
You're the only. Why do grown men get so emotionally compromised and so bent up over internet actors? Unpaid internet actors. Jeez, and people say I shouldn't be getting paid. Damn.
Who is this one? I don't even know what this is.
Dark Lord, I'm wondering what's your opinion of me? Just curious.
I think you're an honorable dude. I don't know what you're really looking for here. I think I could stand in the same room with you and hope that you wouldn't fucking rape my corpse, if that's what you mean. Yeah. Excuse my French.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the raw. Get it? Raw? Yeah.
Yeah,
No
I was just wondering because you were talking about other people.
I mean, I feel like that with most people, but just in generality, I can tell you I've stood in rooms with people who I thought were normal. I'm just saying you can know people your entire life and not know them. So I caution everyone. Doesn't matter who the fuck it is. I can tell you, doesn't matter who it is. Cops, ambulance, EMTs, doesn't matter. Like I handle people for a good reason.
You've known yourself your entire life, and you know every aspect of you.
Yes, I've also seen a man pull out a gun and blow his fucking brains out right in front of me, and I can tell you people are normal 1 second, not normal the next. So I tend to, be caution around people. So
why aren't you like
a wise man once told me nothing happens by accident.
Ability instead of being like subject to the winds around you. Like, be that.
I mean, yeah, I had a YouTube channel about, you know, and it turned into like every other truther channel out there, like, you know, a call for an uprising. Did you ever feel that there's something wrong with the world? Yeah. Got kind of old. So, you know, looping about the same thing that, you know, people older than me were looping about, you know, 20 years ago when I was young. So,
Yes.
yeah. So, I mean,
so
not like, why not just do what everyone else does? But when I do it, it's a problem. We only have a problem when this guy does it, but when other prominent people on these panels do it, it's no problem if they do it.
Neurojack, there's somebody else on the
because he won't join us. He's already been given an offer before to join us a few months ago, and he said, "No, you don't have enough money."
Yeah, like, why? Like, is this the best you have to offer, man? For real?
I mean, I'd rather, you know, just populate the world and join the New World Order already and worship, you know, Lucifer, like, you know, they told me. But
publicly about it, like, you're not even hiding who you are. So, like, why would anyone consider your perspective?
No one does anyway. So loop away.
What do you?
Yeah, I think Dark Lord has an interesting perspective. I do not agree with him on every single thing, but in general, I think he has a lot of interesting things to say. Dark Lord.
That's right. That's right. I am the court's jester. I am bowing to you.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. But why you keep changing your name? Yeah, so what is your name now? I can't see it. Deadite?
Deadite. Yeah, I mean, you know, like my diapers, I like to change. So, dude, it's based on my personality. Here lately, I've been calling myself Pandemonium because I kind of like the name. But I mean, it just depends. It's like a shirt. You know, you wake up, it looks better today because the sun's out. You know?
Like, your name depends like your diapers.
That's
like,
right. That's right.
Diapers, you're like,
that's right. Extra sealant, so that way when I pee, it doesn't leak on my bed, and I don't wake up in a pee spot, and I have to go and change my sheets.
That was like a Freudian slip, right? Like, you wear Depends.
Yes, I am so physically bad off that I must wear diapers like a baby and eat Gerber food.
That's fucking sad, dude.
I mean, it's better than having a colostomy bag, but sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I mean, at least I can still eat myself and not have to get a tube shoved into my abdomen, and get, you know, my poop sucked into a bag. But yeah. Anyway, what's your point?
Well, and you still got your mind.
That's right. I still got my mind. That's right. You know the whale with Brendan Fraser? That's me. That's right. I'm the whale. That's right. I fap off the gay porn and everything.
You're not making the best of that mind, clearly. What the fuck's going on there? I guess you'll have to. Like, what? That's why the side tangent, dude. Why the fucking dark roads on the side? Why? Who's LARPing? You LARP more than anyone, motherfucker. Like, what the fuck is that?
Jesus, I ain't gonna bother explaining. It's easy to see the world. It's easy to see the world and the people in it for what it is, and then regurgitate back at it. You know, people think I'm all doom and gloom, but you would, you know, be very shocked on how bright my spirit tries to shine every single day. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I've seen some pretty fucked up shit in life, so it's not like I was just born and, you know, saw the nice side of society. Like, I've seen dead people and other bad things because I've lived a fucked up life and been in fucked up situations. Like, I've seen bad things, so I know the cruelty of mankind on top of what's been shoved down through my face through psyops and military institutions and, you know, public institutions like schools and indoctrination camps and all that other great, you know, wonderful, you know, FEMA camp stuff. So anyway, point is, you know, you're lucky that, you know, I'm not Joker, you know. I could have just went full Joker. I mean, that's what they wanted anyway, just another white boy go full Joker on another school. So, you know, hey, you know, if it was me, you'd walk right over me. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you as a society find what you find funny and what you don't. That's why y'all will go and listen to other people who obviously get paid to lie to people, and y'all know, and you know, it's no big deal. You know, they're legit. You know, like Talk Rock. Yeah. I really want that guy to fix my fucking relationships.
Hey, we can do this on your channel. Can we get to
Well, I'm sorry I haven't made a brand lying to people. Didn't you want me to join or not?
What else is going on here, man? What else is going on? I want to know. Was it?
I don't know. I was fine LARPing about what we were LARPing about. Then you started making it a personal thing.
I was calling because the machine lies keep saying he's going to call me back. He's not. So, like, I fucking check in to see if he's live. He wasn't. I find him over here. He's not here anymore, is he? Is he? I can't tell. Again, and this is Neurojack's channel anyhow, and I rarely come on Neurojack's. Thank you, Neurojack.
Why you coming? He cummed on you, dude. It's gay. But yeah, I get your point.
Neurojack and TML sitting in a tree. Oh, they're gonna kill me. KISSING. Oh my god. Anyhow, whatever, dude. I appreciate you, man. I hope you're doing well. Avian Buddha, good to see you as well.
It was fun entertaining you. Yeah.
The audio's kind of low. Let me put it up higher. What did you say? True or false? You talking to me?
Oh, I said good to see you as well.
Oh, good to see you. How are you doing?
Good.
Any interesting topics you've been exploring lately, or interesting movies or books you've read?
I've been digging a lot in the hillside and finding water and experiencing the sediment departure of things. That's what I've been kind of into.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I just like do some boring ass shit, but
I think going metal detecting or looking for clean water sources or whatever can be pretty fun. Have you ever gone truffle hunting?
No, but I've been mushroom hunting, but not truffles.
Yeah. Truffles are mushrooms, I think.
Yeah. No, but like I don't even know if they grow here. In the States, do they grow?
I'm not sure. I've never gone truffle hunting, so I've never.
I know it's like because they use pigs and shit for that in the UK.
You can use dogs too, but you have to train them not to eat the truffles. I think going hunting for placer gold or placer silver can be fun too. You ever done that?
Silver hunting?
Yeah, like they get sifters, they go to the river, and they try to find little pieces of gold or little pieces of silver. It'd be fun, I guess.
Yeah, I'm kind of into that as well. Like, cause like I'm tracing the sediment departures along the hillside, but like in New York, it's not legal to even collect the gold, which is retarded. Obviously, fucking ridiculous. But I'm just not even interested like that anyhow. Like, cause I'm looking at like when you look at the top of a mountain, and you're drawing it, you have the snowy peak and all this shit. When the snow melts, there's like a rock. It's what we envision as like rocks at the top of the mountains. And then the organic sediment captures the water as it flows down, but the water also pushes down like the trees that are growing, and as they decay, it pushes them down. And that's what slows and absorbs the water like a sponge. And then it slows it down entirely. Like it's not the rocks and shit that the water floats on as it gravitates downhill. For whatever reason, it goes downhill and finds its own level. It's the organic sediment. It absorbs it like a sponge, and it sits on top of the clay. It sits on top of the rock, but the leaf matter and the sticks and shit that fall into it is what holds it back.
And
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I
And it
didn't know.
drives it underground. That's what push. So that's why it doesn't sit on top of it. It absorbs it down into the earth. That's what drives it. Finally, as you go down a mountain, like you get away from the rocks, you hit more organic matter, and once you hit so much organic matter, you hit these swamplands, and then the swamps drain into other streams and other swamps, and full of organic matter. So it's like, I don't know. That's kind of like what I've been studying.
I saw this cool anime that's actually kind of educational but also relaxing. It's about the kind of stuff you're talking about. It's called Ruri Rocks, RURI, and then Rocks. It talks about how, in the rivers there's like particles or sediments, like there's like crystals and other stuff. Like you can like trace it back to deposits. It's a nice anime. It's relaxing and educational. It's not like other animes.
RORY.
No, RURI. RURI. And then rocks. It's 2 words. Ruri Rocks. I watched that. Very educational stuff. They're like looking for deposits of minerals, like sapphire or whatever, and they're following from the river the particles. They look in the microscope, they see the particles, and then they follow and trace it back to the source, which is like deposits on the mountains and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's weird because like some of the rocks here too is like we're up in the mountains here in New York, and like some of the rocks contain seashells and fish from the oceans in the tops of the mountains, and they say those fossils like got pushed up there through the ocean crust, like rising up into becoming the mountains, like over thousands of years, tens of thousands, millions of years.
Yep, that's fascinating stuff. I think geology is a very noble passion and stuff. Yeah, I had a friend he liked collecting rocks because his grandpa had a rock collection, and he would collect rocks and he would like analyze them and research about them, stuff like that. I do not think it's mundane. I think there is a great meaning to it. So that's cool. You're into that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm into now. I float around so much, but like, it's fascinating to watch water flow down the hill and see what it puts like in the way to drive it. Like, because I'm just trying to access the water. So it's like, and like it's weird how it is here. It's an interesting terrain. It's not like most locations I've never seen a location where the water's like this. Every terrain is like so unique, and it's like the way the water flows is so individual to that terrain. And most people live in like lowland, like level cities or whatever, so they're floodplains anyhow, where it's stagnant water for the most part. But like when it's mountains, it's like it's flowing downhill. It's got a reason it's moving that way. It has a reason it moves in the oceans too, but like I don't know, it's not as traceable, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. Yeah, definitely. I should probably, learn some more geology and stuff. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Do you think that the crystals from like that are naturally forming, like in caves, like stalactites or whatever, do you think they have like certain healing properties, even if it's marginal, versus if they were made in the lab? Because or do you think that stuff is just new age?
So like as water flows down a hill, it's like getting captured by the rocks stick at the top, the heaviest things, but the rocks also get buried under the organic material, and the organic material forms because of the way trees decompose, and they flow down. It captures itself in a stream in a weird way because of the way carbon-based material is with water and its relationship with water alone, and what we can experience. So now you're talking about like these different crystals and shit. Of course they mean things like, and so then to me it's like if you look up these NASA documents, Most asteroids are carbonaceous material, which means that they have carbon-based life forms like amino acids, the building blocks, signs of life, which would be they're rare on Earth. If you dug in the ground, like if you find carbonaceous materials because a tree is decomposing or an animal died, you find its remnants. You're finding carbon-based material like in an organic form like that. But most asteroids, like 90% of space rocks, contain carbonaceous material like amino acids, the building blocks of life. And this is why they think that these rocks landed in the oceans, in the salt water, and the energy captured by the sun and the way the salt is allowed life to start how it is. This is like their thing. But alongside this, they find amino acids for not carbon-based beings, but silicone-based beings, which is like which would be a high heat environment where silicone is I think I've explained this kind of. I think you were on panel one time when I explained this. It's like these silicone-based beings would breathe out silicone oxide. I think instead of carbon dioxide, it'd be silicone dioxide, crystal-based life. And so then, like, you look at technology and where it comes from, and all these apps and this shit, it comes from the Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
Like,
also, your computer has a vibrating crystal that helps maintain the clock and keep all the threads of processes in union. Like it joins the threads and other stuff. So there is a vibrating crystal in your computer that helps keep everything in order. And there's also gets into stuff like, I'm pretty sure you've heard of this word panspermia. Have you heard of the word panspermia? And spermia. That's basically the idea that life came about from an asteroid hitting the Earth, and then it provided the amino acids, or it provided the
right.
Yeah, that's panspermia. That's the fancy word for it, panspermia. And also, let me think what else I wanted to say. I think there's this philosopher. I do not agree with him on every single thing, but his name was Dennis Diderot, and he argued that crystals are alive, and so he actually had lots of arguments for that. And like, forgot the name of the essay he wrote or the story. It was called like Alabert's Dream or something like that. Something like it's like dream something.
Is it not similar to like Native Americans thought each rock had consciousness? Like, but silicone, like crystals are arguably more conscious rocks for sure. They certainly carry something with them, some sort of property. Like they're there for a reason. They form under specific circumstances. They carry energy, which means like they have atomic relationships that are specific to what they are that we may not even know or understand, like scientifically. So they have influence on our lives, and it's not like, and so like even if technology comes from these silicone-based beings that maybe like these ancient reptilian forms like crystallized through, and Nancy Pelosi and all these people that are reptoids and reptilians and this and that, it's like they come from like the Silicon Valley, with this plastic nature they have where they can manipulate their own shapes and everything. I mean, God is using that, the creator is using that for his glory in the end. Like, that is like, that's all.
Yeah, the older Final Fantasy games. I'm not sure if you ever played those video games. There's like a life crystal, those older games. They're just interesting. And that life crystal is kind of like the origin of life, and it gives like energy to life, like the older Final Fantasy games. You're trying to protect the life crystal from the evil forces. Maybe the evil forces would probably be silicon based or something, at least the way you're talking about.
Well, the silicone-based beings would be the crystal formations, but also like the pineal gland is like the crystal that picks up the receptions. So it's like the yin yang. It's like that. It's like that. So like when you go to hell, you go like when they say in the Bible, it's like this isn't even what this says in the Bible, but what they used to say about the Bible is like hell is hot. There's demons. It's like a molten lava. So it's like, so these demonic forces live in this molten form of lava. That's where this silicone. So it's like this other consciousness that exists, and it communicates with it. We can't find it because if you were to go dig through, you can't go dig through magma. You can't stick your shovel in magma and find a being that exists in that formation and understand it. You just can't tolerate the heat. There's things that exist in other forms that we just like, but we can perceive them mentally. And that's what they are really strong in, and they're obsessed with like this getting out from underground. I guess something about this is like, but like it all even perpetuates life. Perhaps I'm just really going down a rabbit hole of suggestions brought to me about through NASA's fucking documents about their fucking shit and what they say and what these scientists are saying. Like I'm like, if this is what you guys are all saying, then like I mean, this is literally what they say. Like I it's crazy.
Well, I still have to work out my metaphysics, but ultimately though, I do think, geology and crystals and minerals are all pretty cool. It's pretty fun to research about, read about them, learn about them, stuff like that. Also to consider the deeper philosophical question: do crystals have some rudimentary form of consciousness? Pretty sure forests do, trees do. It's a little bit harder with crystals to tell, but there are some arguments that they have some degree of experiential content and stuff. So yeah, maybe, definitely. Yeah, I would say that there's a lot of stuff that's fun to learn about in nature and this world. We need to protect it more, but of course, most of the money goes to dumb wars that no one asked for. I mean, most Americans are not behind this endless interventionism that's only for Israel and stuff. Yeah, but yeah, no, there's a lot more. Yeah, I think it's cool to spend more time doing stuff you enjoy and stuff like that's not always about politics or about something else. You just find crystals and rocks cool. There's nothing wrong about that. I used to go bird watching a lot, and I went scuba diving too a bit in the past. I went scuba diving. It's pretty fun, and so it makes me realize we need to protect the coral reef more. Because coral reef are being bleached and stuff. Yeah, but yeah, the important thing is to just enjoy your life, I guess. Yeah. That's cool. I appreciate your your passion in these interesting topics. Yeah, and sharing it. I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah, and thank you for listening. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot more there, but that's just kind of like how, I don't know.
I have this friend who is big into collecting moss and looking into the moss and researching the moss. He knows a lot about moss, and I haven't really asked him much about it, but moss can be pretty fascinating too, and stuff. Moss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, moss and lichens can like eat rock and turn it into. They're like one of the first things. Like there's fungus that does it too, but lichens is like a predecessor to moss, and lichens can grow on. They'll grow on rocks and turn it into soil for plants to grow in over time. Like, and then there's trees that are pretty good at growing in rock too and turning it into soil for whatever reason.
You want to learn more about fungi? I recommend the book Entangled Life by Merlin Sheldrake. That's a very good book. It talks about lichens. It talks about mycelium. It talks about a lot about fungi. And I read that book. It was very fun. Like mycelium networks help exchange nutrients of the tree roots. And they help the network communicate better in forests and stuff. And lichens are a symbiotic interaction with algae and and the plants. I think so. Yeah, and so they're like a symbiotic organism that is both two and one at the same time. It's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, like, well, Paul Stamets was the one I always understood to be like the source of that. Is like the mycelium network that covers the entire world, basically, and like how like he would find like certain oyster mushrooms. They put them in oil deposits here, and like they would learn how to eat the chemicals, and then that specific genetic code of that mushroom would appear like thousands of miles away the same day or the next day. Like tracing it down like that was Paul Stamets. That, but I'll have to Life and what was the book? Life Entangled.
It was Entangled Life. Entangled Life. Yeah, but I think I've heard of Paul Stamets, but yeah, I would say mycology is a very fascinating field. Yeah, definitely. Same as geology and other stuff.
It's like there's like fields beyond the classifications too. It's like the carbon based form, how life establishes itself, and it eats away at the rock through the fungus, and then becomes the plant material, and that's washed down by the water that's needed the whole time to even create life to begin with. And water is just a fucking air, but it's just it's H2O, like hydrogen dioxide, but which we breathe in both, but like when it's in that form it's water, but that's necessary for life in its own way. And then the way the carbon interacts and creates the fungus, and the fungus breaks through the rock, and then the water washes down the sediments, and it all ties in together, man. It's like there's no class or scholarship on that. That's like,
yeah, that's the delicate ecological balance.
It's just the free information, I guess.
Yeah, it's a kind of symbiotic, mutualistic interactions going on that help maintain the delicate ecological balance. So it was like how if you were to like in ecosystems, you don't want to drive any species to extinction because that causes the ecosystem to be disrupted, and it could cause a lot of issues. Like let's say you got rid of all the wolves, which is bad. That would cause the deer population to explode. And as a consequence, the deer population will cause overgrazing because they eat a lot of stuff, and that could like disrupt the ecosystem. Mao was a very crazy guy. Mao, he had this kind of thing called Great Pest campaign, where he encouraged all the commies to like kill the sparrows. So they were like slaughtering sparrows in mass, and that caused famine. You want to know how that caused the famine? Because it caused the insect population and pests to grow among the crops. Because the sparrows eat the pests and stuff. So then that caused like a big famine, and 40 million people died.
Because they killed the sparrows. Wow.
Yeah, they killed sparrows and some other ones too. But yeah, it disrupted the ecosystem. Yeah. That's why conservationism is extremely important. The ecosystems have a delicate balance. You don't want to drive any species to extinction or disrupt the ecosystem at large. If I could choose a field that I focus on in my life, it would just be conservationism. But I don't know. I feel like there's like circumstances, and America is kind of declining because of the way they're spending their money and other shit like that.
Oh, there is no. I don't even understand what that like. The only way to do conservationism right now is like privately. Like you buy land, you get people have land, you preserve it the way you can, or you get involved with people who have the land. Like There is no public way to do it right now.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. That's unfortunate, but yeah, that's the case. The state seems to only care about enslaving us more and going to stupid fucking wars. That's all it cares about. It doesn't give a shit about stuff like conservationism, helping poor people, helping nature, or any shit like that. Just care about enslaving you more, forcing dependence, or just going to stupid fucking wars for Israel. Unfortunately, but yeah, that's the case. Yeah, and no one asked for it. I mean, the average person didn't ask for it. I think it's just fucking whatever.
Yeah. But well, then it's like, well, it makes you focus on what you can do rather than what the government can do, which is, I think, where people should be anyhow. To be honest, like,
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Yeah, that's the
it's
good
like
proactive approach to have. You know, I can admire that aspect. You know, so that's good. Yeah.
because that's what anything Trump does is like. So all he's proving is that the political system that he ran on campaign, he's like, oh, it's rigged, it's bullshit, and this and that. He's proving in real time that it's bullshit and it's rigged and it's this and that. It's like, why are we even looking at that to run our lives? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, all taxes are just social engineering to make you become reliant and dependent on the states, the industrial mechanized state. You know, and yeah, that's the problem. You know, income tax is unconstitutional. Am I correct? I believe income tax is unconstitutional. But yeah, that's yeah. You just gotta do your best. Get your own land. Learn sustainable and self-sufficient techniques on your own land. That's really the best thing to do and stuff. Yeah.
And there's also a lot of room for like in between, like where you can ground people back to the land. You can connect with these farmers and see what they're up to and help them make better decisions, and you can help your neighbors make better decisions. And it's a unique market. Like, it wasn't there 100 years ago because it was common practice to do the things that you could just recommend that would save money. But like now it's a job opportunity, but it's also a community like collaboration event in real time about like how you could like bring better resources to your neighbors. Which
Yeah, I think communitarian effort is respectable. Communitarian effort. Yeah, I used to buy raw milk from my local farmer. You know, raw milk is fine for you as long as it's from pastured, grass-fed cows. You know, especially if they're Jersey. And the raw milk has beneficial bacteria that can aid in the digestion. It also has CLA and more nutrients in it. So there's nothing wrong with drinking raw milk as long as it's from healthy, free grazing cows or your goats too.
yeah, I mean that's obviously optimal. But like when you're starving, I mean any milk is good. It's like
yeah, yeah, there might be supply chain disruptions in the near future.
Yes. So like preparing for that is like that's yes, and like knowing those people who your neighbors are, like because the people that could supply that would be able to withstand the supply chain disruption, and but also knowing their practices, like and doing that and building that with others and whatever. And a lot of opportunities right now in where money kind of becomes irrelevant in my opinion, but
Yeah, I agree. I mean, money is fake anyways. It's a fiat currency, and you have like fractional reserve banking from banks, you know, central banks. All of that is fake and stuff. They can print it to affinity and stuff.
I'm probably about to pass out. I don't know what the hell anybody else is up to. Everybody else left us, man. I'm not. Oh my god, but it was good talking about. But
It was nice talking to you, True for Cop.
yeah, sure, yeah. Avian Buddha. Again, yeah, we never actually talked, so that's good. I'm trying to find my paper so I can on my cigarette. I don't know who. Like, I guess the Machine Lies is left in control of Neurojack's channel right now. I'm not sure. He might have fallen asleep. We might have put him to sleep, dude. We might put everyone to sleep, dude.
TMO, are you there? I don't think he's there.
I think everybody fell asleep. Man.
Yeah, I'm still awake. Feel restless tonight for some reason. I don't really have much.
Say what?
I feel restless tonight.
Yeah, sometimes that happens to me. Not tonight specifically. I definitely feel like I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna fall asleep in a moment, but yeah, it happens sometimes where I can't fucking sleep. Where are you? You're like you're on the East Coast.
Southeast.
So it's warm there now, but like finally we're hitting spring here. Like this week especially, it's nice. But it means like I'm actually getting up, like getting to work again. Winter makes me like it's nice in some ways because you get to rest and be lazy other than firewood, but like getting back in the spring, it's like, oh man, moving again, doing work. Holy shit.
Yep.
I do like the winters because it forces me into like that, like, because are you like, you're kind of like a scholarly person. You're like, you don't do much like physical work as much. Like, you learn a lot.
I've gone through a lot of different phases in my life. I used to be, when I was younger, when I was like in my teens, I was a boxer and I did a lot of exercises. Yeah, but then I became more scholarly, I think, like in my mid-20s or something, like early 20s. And around my 31, I just became jaded, very jaded, very fatigued over everything, kind of, but around 32, 33 or something, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, I'm just kind of, I'm a burned out guy. I'm very jaded about a lot of things, that's unfortunately, no, but yeah. I have like multiple STEM degrees. I have a degree in neuroscience, a degree in computer science, and a master's in robotic intelligence. Can't find a job. The job market is pretty shit and stuff. And I don't even care for those degrees, to be honest. I just wanted a cushy job to just half-ass. You know what I mean? That's why I got all those degrees, but that's not the kind of world we're living in anymore. So yeah. I would say my passions since like, I don't know, 5 to 10 years ago, I think has been generally oriented more towards conservationism, philosophy, some art forms too. Like I do like a lot of artwork. I would say I was kind of an artist too, an artist type. But my tastes are very peculiar and very idiosyncratic, stuff like that. But yeah, overall, I would say I have my own interest and other stuff. I just do my best over my interest and other stuff. I do not have everything figured out. It's all relative, like scholarly, like compared to who, there are people out there you can find who are more scholarly than me. But I would say that compared to the average person, yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm better than them or something. So yeah, whatever. I don't know. I think ultimately self-reliant skills are the most important. I don't really have that much self-reliant skills. I could refine and improve in that and stuff.
Well, yeah, you should learn those for sure. But like, you could also like apply your scholar, like what you study there to whatever that is and explain it in a way that nobody else has before. So like, that's certainly an opportunity. Like that's kind of like where it's like building resilience, right? Like,
yeah, that's a very important, admirable trait to have, especially given what we might experience in the near future. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, it does seem to be moving in that direction.
well, either way, it's good to learn and study those things. Like let that be the motivation that you do it for. Like assume the worst, I guess, in that regard. Well, like whether or not that happens, I think it's important to focus on anyhow.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
I'm gonna jump out of here, man.
It was nice talking to you. I hope you have a good night.
You too, man. Be well. And Timo, you as well, and Neurojack, if you guys are around. Take care.
Yeah, have a good night. So TML is not there. TML is not there. Can people hear me? Is there anyone there, or am I just the only one here? Yeah, I don't know. I feel restless tonight. It sucks. I think I'll just stay here for a bit. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here if anyone wants to talk. Yeah. I'm still here. I got this thing that makes the cup spin. I keep spinning it and watching it. And alcohol, I just keep spinning and watching it. It has a kind of something you spin it in. thing. I just thought that's what he was saying. Because Vance just said that he didn't reach a peace agreement with Iran and stuff. So that's kind of worrisome. It does feel like the end times, I guess. Yeah, Jews are fucking annoying. Maybe it's best to just just not distinguish good from bad Jew and just get rid of them. And maybe that will lead to more social stability stuff. I'm thinking, I don't know, but this time sucks ass anyway, so I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Damn, if there's social collapse, then that's gonna be lots of chaos. And so, yeah, it's gonna lead to a lot of problems. But yeah, maybe it's necessary if every man for himself. Fuck. I fucking hate it. The fuck is going on? Like, shit. How much does one have to read if you consider uh, well read? I guess it's all relative, I guess. I don't know, life really does feel purposeless, but yeah, I'm missing something. Fucking it's tiresome. Doing what one is told is in life and not thinking and trusting the system is not a wise idea and such. And that's what you send your children to school for. Doesn't really matter. I don't think anyone knows what the fuck is going on. No one knows anything. I don't fucking know what's going on. To think about death more, I guess. But you want to survive, you gotta take your actions, precautions to survive. And cat keeps screaming. You got to you don't got to do anything. I mean it's better to talk to a wall. When you talk to a wall, when you talk to no one, it reflects back to you. such. I don't know. Cognition seems to be a fragile thing, and when cognitive faculties decline, we got to ask, who am I when your memory declines and your emotions are dysregulated and they, can move in erratic ways and such. Think that one writer, Stefan Grabinsky, he wrote good stories about a passion can inflame you and move you in directions that are unexpected. You can become someone else in the heat of the moment. It's like, yeah, there's a fancy word for it, enetrodomia or something like that. It's pretentious words. That one just transform into the drastic opposite. You could keep yourself stabilized, centered. Maybe that doesn't happen. So much depends on your prior assumptions, what you take to be true, and much more. No one knows what's going on, I think. Some people are born into more misfortune than others. But we got to ask, what is going to happen? Our time expires. Ask what it was all for. I don't know. But you gotta ask. Well, so many ways you could frame life, approach things. When one man is only one, community is stronger than one. It's not like blockbuster films where you can just fight off all the enemies. There's no Schwarzenegger in life. Pick your fights carefully. You have to keep your commitments carefully. Just can't see this human species as a whole, positively anymore and stuff. But maybe that's all we've got. I don't know. So, I can imagine like so many metaphysical possibilities, but they just remain possibilities. But we don't know what's actual, so I don't know what's the case. Life is short. Well, then what is the point of life and stuff? For some, it's very short. Some of the best poets die young. Their lives are short. The lives of many of the best poets. The lives of many of the best poets are short. Should consider what that means. So I don't know what it means. Why are the lives of so many good poets short? I don't know what I mean. Maybe life is just dog eat dog world. I don't know what it is anymore. What's truly going on? I don't think no one knows. Or what happens. And the biggest question in life is what happens after we die? Depending on the answer, it changes how you're living now. You see what I'm saying? But that's the one thing those dumb scientists can't answer. And even if they could answer, we could deny it. We could view it with suspicion. It's one of the biggest questions in life. Like I don't know. Like some people struggle until their last breath. I will do my best I'm pretty sure more have more things at stake, like family and stuff. And quite a bit at stake too. But ultimately, what is the struggle for? So what is it aimed at? Some people say asking the right questions will naturally bring the right response when you contemplate and reflect on it long enough. But I don't think that's true. You can contemplate it all your life, but you won't get a secure answer. You won't get a satisfactory answer. You might feel like you have it one moment, and then the next moment it escapes your grasp. We talk to many other people in our lives. I can't jump into your mind. You can't jump in my mind. The projection, that is a perception of your own mind. When I talk to others, it's like talking to mirrors. So, like being lost in a big samsaric spiral of mirrors reflecting each other in some sense. Be nice if in moments of despair something reaches out its hand, spirit, or whatever manifests in front of you, but that doesn't happen. You know, it makes you wonder. So, what is truly going on? Oh, I think back to who I was 20 years ago, the kind of, persona I had, the kind of self-identification I had. I think back to that. And if I take that moment when I was a boxer, I say, this is who I am, and I take who I am right now, place them side by side, and imagine that moment transforming into the next moment. Because, I'm isolating the moments and placing them side by side. Is there a continuity? I don't think there possibly can be a phenomenological continuity. That's just a fancy way of saying shit from first person perspective and a sense of continuity from then to now. These are basic questions. People don't ask these questions, but most people. If there were a spirit, if who I am, a spirit or whatever you want to call it, then how can I be so drastically different from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, to who I am now and such? I don't know. I mean, I can see in many ways. Sometimes I feel like maybe there is a continuity, maybe there isn't. It sucks that there is no means to verify that. When you get down to it, there isn't a means to verify anything, and like you just trust what X or Y person or institution or whatever is saying. You know, we trust what our books tell us. We trust what our family tells us. We trust all these people. I mean, we got to ultimately trust ourselves. But I don't know. The things I believed 20 years ago is different from now. Maybe beliefs don't ultimately matter. So maybe they're just chasing after a win or something. Oh, hello. You there? Hello, you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, where'd everybody go?
No, it doesn't matter, you know. Doesn't matter. You know, sometimes talking to oneself can be better. It's not,
Well, I appreciate you staying here talking to yourself. Great.
I just did a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, who's gonna come up here? What's going on?
Does anyone of us know what's truly going on? I don't know what's truly going on. Just came into this life, and I don't know. Like, were you the same person 20 years ago as you are now? You know, like if you take
That's
that moment from 20
that's a
years
really good
ago, if you take, let me ask you a question. If you take the moment of the person you were 20 years ago, okay, imagine this, and you get that isolated and put it there, okay, and then you get who you are now, okay, and then you imagine the person you were 20 years ago just transforming into the person you are right now in a split second. Is there still experiential continuity? You know, because if you become like so different, you know, like how do you like imagine there being a seamless continuity or not experiential continuity?
I mean, that's a really hard thing to answer. I mean, because I don't know exactly what you mean, but me just kind of like reading into it, I would say because I ponder the same thing. I guess I think if I understand you correctly, I think I ponder the same thing. So, for example, 20 years ago, um, it was, you know, I had just been through some very difficult shit. I'll put it that way. Very, very difficult things. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, wow. Yeah, really, really difficult shit. Exactly 20 years ago. And probably one of the scariest times in my life for sure in so many ways. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, those things that happened 20 years ago traumatized me, and they still traumatize me to this day. As much as I like to think that I overcome them, and I think you overcome things for a for a period of time in some ways, whether it be through drugs or alcohol or distraction or workaholism or whatever, right? But I still think that a lot of those things carry on in the background, whether you want to admit it or not. I mean, I don't really know that you can process all that stuff all the way out, and I don't know that you should try to either. But so to answer your question, I mean, uh, I think that the core of me is the same, but I think that the experiences that came between then and now gave me wisdom, but the cost of that wisdom is a lot higher than I think people can take on. Like, I think there's a reason why philosophers go crazy the older they get, because all that experience and all that knowledge combined, in theory, makes you a very dangerous person, but in another way, it makes you a very like, uh, it makes it hard to know what the right thing to do is. So I think it's harder to make decisions in a lot of ways. In my experience, again, I'm not going to say for other people. Like, I think there's a lot of people who know how to take the right actions to get certain results, but I also think that they're definitely not thinking about like, is this moral? Is this good? Is this gonna mean something when I'm gone, or am I just doing it for some, you know, unconscious reason or whatever? Like I'm the person I'm thinking of is like a Grant Cardone. Do you know who that is?
Who you said, Grand Carnot? What?
Grant Cardone. He's like this guy who's done like billions of dollars in real estate deals. He's a Scientologist. He's like one of these like guru type of people. Like, you go to his seminar, he like tells you, he pumps you up, and he tells you, you can take you know, $100 and turn it into $1 million and stuff like this.
Yeah, I see.
And but he's also been on like meth for like 30 years, and so he's got his own issues. But so I don't know. I think it's like I'm saying, like, I don't know. I think I'm the same person at the core of it. I mean, I look at pictures of myself when I was 5 years old, and I think that I'm pretty much the same person in a lot of ways, but all that experience still does like affect you. Like, I think I was very naive as a kid and as an adult. And I think, losing your naivete or whatever and your innocence, I mean, that's a very big cost of, I don't know. I think that, that the cost of losing that is very high. So to what degree that changes you, I don't know. I think that's a question I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, I appreciate your response. And there was this one woman, her name was Jill Bolt Taylor. She was a neuroscientist. She claimed she got a stroke. And after her stroke, she had to learn her motor skills and everything again, but when she looks at pictures of her family before the stroke, she cannot recognize them. She cannot recognize pictures of her family before the stroke. After the stroke, she developed an entirely new persona, and that can happen with brain stroke. So, is Joe Bolt Taylor prior to the stroke and after the stroke, or is that the same person, or is it a totally different configuration of the person?
Well, that's a good question, and it's actually very related to what I'm talking about. So my grandmother, uh, basically, long story short, went through some medical procedures, and either a mistake was made, or b, a complication happened, depending on who you ask. But essentially, it led to a series of strokes, and these series of strokes significantly altered her personality, right? Um, and it eventually led to her death because it altered her personality so much for a variety of reasons. So that's one of the things that I had been going through during that time period. Yeah, and so so I've experienced it firsthand that this is a real thing. I would say that the essence of her was there, but uh, the the person of them had been damaged beyond repair, I would say. So again, this kind of calls into question like the idea of like soul or personality or spirit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, um, like, I'll give you another example. Like, Chris Benoit is, he's a wrestler from Canada, pretty famous guy. You ever
Never,
heard of him before?
never heard of him before, but he
Okay,
sounds
so
interesting.
long story short, he was a very famous wrestler, generally thought of as a good guy. Well, he had his brain damaged so much, he eventually went a little bit crazy and like murdered his family, essentially, right?
Yeah,
So,
heard of him. Yeah.
yeah. So, was that him who did that, or was that the injuries that happened that caused him to do that, right? Like, it's hard to say, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where, it really does go beyond a logical question and kind of goes to metaphysical to some degree, or like spiritual to some degree. But
Yeah.
again, as somebody who's witnessed that personally, I mean, as much as I knew this was a physical thing happening to someone, it definitely tests you on every level spiritually. I would say, like, watching this happen to somebody, like, to me, it's one of the things that frightens me the most. Of like thinking, like, if I live till I'm old and then have like a stroke, and then I just become a crazy person, or lose my faculties, or become a vegetable, or become dangerous, or you know what I mean, like, it's a pretty weird thought, because basically you think like, everybody has you think everybody has some sort of relative control over their body or their actions or their personality, or their spiritual life or whatever, but it is kind of questionable. And just, I mean, I can say that like I do have to question that, because to what degree do people have control, I think is a very hard question. Like, you know, I think, I mean, I don't know. I think that's a real, I think the idea of like willpower and stuff like this, like, I truly do question that in a lot of ways. Like, I think that I think it's real to some degree, but it's probably not as real as like a lot of people think it is. Uh, I think that there's motivations and desires and things that it's very hard to account for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you
Um,
mean. Yeah.
yeah, I think it's really, really hard to account for. Like, I'll give you an example. Like my grandmother, when she was going through this, she would just get mad and like accuse me of something that didn't happen, or she would see like dead relatives talking to her, or I mean, she was literally like, delusional because of this thing that happened to her, right? So, I mean, I assumed that she was delusional. For all I know, I mean, maybe she was able to perceive things that were real. I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's very possible. But I mean, she had full on conversations with her dead mother, and with like, she thought that people were trying to kill her. She thought that, I don't know. I mean, it's just a very insane thing to see somebody see that happen to somebody. So, yeah, again, for me, it really makes you question. Like, I mean, I think the body is like I think the easiest way to describe it in the way that I understand it is like the body is like the body is a receiver, and then consciousness is like the signal. That's the way I understand it. So if
Yeah,
I had to
that
put my money on something, that's how I would put it. And then like if your receiver gets broken, then your personality loses some level of connection.
Yeah, the Lankavatara Sutra talks about that stuff. And the Lankavatara Sutra, the repository consciousness, the storehouse consciousness, is not in the brain. It's in a field that is reciprocally connected to the brain. And so the karmic seeds in the repository consciousness, they're constantly sprouting and forming the continuity of your identity. And the brain is more like a receiver and transmitter. So in the Lankavatara Sutra, it's claimed even when your physical body expires, the repository consciousness influences your future life, based on how the dispositions sprout from the seeds, the karmic seeds.
Yeah, I do personally hold that. Yeah, I do personally think that, like, I don't discount reincarnation totally. I think that there's a good argument to say that some level of reincarnation is not only possible, but I would say more than less likely. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what percent to put on it, but I don't. But some people believe in this like genetic, um, and like blood level, meaning like, okay, if I have a son, then he's going to carry on some of the memories of like my ancient clansmen or ancestors. And I think there might be some truth to that. I mean, definitely I see personality pieces that definitely did not like instill in him coming out organically, I would say, like in my estimation of it, right? So, I think there is some level of that, but I pretty much agree with what you're saying. And if that's the case, then I don't think consciousness is necessarily only transmitted through blood or genetics. I think there has to be something outside of it that fuses together at the very least, right? Like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I think that's a very hard question to answer.
Yeah, it's
But
hard. See, let me tell you this. The scientists cannot tell you all the important questions in life. The important questions in life are unfalsifiable, and they go into metaphysical territory. They go into spiritual territory. I've been meeting people of many different backgrounds and stripes on TML's channel, and most of them have different views from each other, different conflicting views. I had my initial views too, but of course I have doubts too. You know what I mean? I have doubts. You know what I mean? I don't know everything because these questions are unfalsifiable. Like, let's say you have a spiritual experience. How do you know it's a hallucination or if it's real, if it's pointing to something real? You see what I'm saying? Because you know that one martial artist you referred to, I think he had dementia, and he claimed his wife was like, I don't know, fucking talking to demons or something, and he like killed his wife, and that's very wrong. You know, I don't think his wife was in cahoots of demons or whatever. It's just that his mind was like fucking up that way, and obviously he was hallucinating. His experience was not pointing to something real. You know, see, that's the thing. You know, when you have a spiritual experience, it becomes very hard to distinguish whether it's a hallucination or whether it's pointing to something real.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this is the problem with like religious stuff in general, and also like Carl Jung. Like I was learning about Carl Jung today, and like Carl Jung basically like lost his fucking mind and wrote this thing about Abraxas or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't know if you ever heard about that, but
Yeah, the Red Book, right? So stuff like that. I haven't read it, but
I can't remember what it's called. It's like the Book of the Dead or something. I don't know, some weird shit, but yeah.
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell what's true. One can approach it from many different angles. You
But
know,
but my point in saying that is that so many people live their life based on Jung's writing. But like, what if he was a crazy person and he just put all these ideas in a book, right? So
but you can say
you
that
know.
regarding, you know, any religious figure. You know, one has to like place some trust in like some religious figure they trust. You know, maybe that's why it's better to stick close to the tried and true methods, like a tradition. You know what I mean? Because a tradition is more stable and it's more robust. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's better to stick to tradition than to random idiosyncratic thinkers like Jung. You know, because you don't know if Jung was off his rockers or, you know, I think he was off his rockers. You know, it's hard to tell. You know, like, you know, and this is why I went with Buddhism like 10 or 15 years ago. You know what I mean? One reason why. But of course, you know, I don't have everything figured out. But I went with Buddha, you know, after like a lot of questioning and other stuff. I don't, you know, I do think that, yeah, I have a question for you. If you were to, you know, if something shit hits the fan and you were to die the next moment, how would you react? You know, I'm just curious. I know that's a tough question, but I'm just curious, you know, like,
How would I react about dying, you mean?
yeah, in the next moment, you die in like 5 or 10 minutes. How would you react?
Like if I knew I was dying in next 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. I have thought about it because I've definitely felt as if I was dying before, and I've also definitely like done things dumb enough to get me in a situation where I could have died in a very brief amount of time. So in those moments, there's definitely like panic in some sense, but I think there's also like a piece about it where it's like, you know, what was all this for and what did it mean? And generally speaking, like, you know, I think I've tried to live my life the best I could at the moment. So like I don't think I have like a ton of regrets. I mean, definitely like I wish I had done a lot more cool shit in some ways, you know, but other than that, like I don't really have like a ton of regret. I mean, the things that I feel like I missed out on, like I genuinely think a lot of it was out of my control. Do you know what I'm saying? Where like I couldn't really have changed
Yeah,
it.
I know what you're saying.
So
But
I
let me
like
tell you this:
yeah,
I
so
do
that's kind
not,
of how I feel about it.
I do not wish such a thing on you. It's just a question. I do not wish such a thing on you or most people I've talked to. You know, I'm not a psychopath. You know what I mean? I do have compassion. You know what I mean? Yeah, but the way I would react is I would probably just grab my Buddha statue or something and just look at his face and ask, you know, like what it was all for. You know, I mean, my attachments and my regrets and my, you know, that's the kind of stuff I would do. You know, everyone has their own path. You know, you would probably, for you, it's Jesus. I can respect that. You know, you're a thoughtful person, and I don't like to impose on anyone, so I can respect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to ask for forgiveness for all the stupid shit that I've been a party to and done to myself and done to other people. And I definitely think, like, you know, I'm going to be scared to whatever's going to come next. I mean, the scariest thing to me is really just that there's just nothing after this, right? So, but the other side of it is like, if there's nothing after this, then I guess there's not really much to worry about. So,
I think
I
rebirth
mean,
is true. So that question I asked in the beginning, I think it applies to death also, but probably in a more extreme sense. I don't think that's it. You know, your mind has more power than you think. The mind is more special than you think. You know, rebirth is true. You know, I think so. Yeah, I feel it. I believe I know it. You know, rebirth is true. I know rebirth is true and stuff. Not reincarnation, but rebirth. I mean, it could be reincarnation too, but rebirth and reincarnation have a fine, nuanced distinction. You know, but one of those is true: reincarnation or rebirth. I do not. I know the day of judgment is wrong. I don't think bodies are resurrected and then judged. It's just rebirth or reincarnation. That's what I lean towards. You know.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, I think the Bible says one thing and people interpret it one way or another. I mean, to me, I don't really think about it that much, honestly. It's like, I think, like, I genuinely think, like, you know, ideally, the image that Jesus will come back and resurrect all of us and give us perfect bodies and we live in, you know, relative perfect lives and perfect bodies and stuff like that. I mean, I would love to believe that, and I think that that's, you know, if there were a God, that's the heaven that I would want him to create. And so, you know, it doesn't. I think that that's probably what I'm going to go with, but uh, you know, I don't spend that much time really dwelling on it because I don't think I don't think it has anything to do with me whether that happens or not. So, you know, what maybe like you said, maybe we're just going to be reincarnated until the end of time, and or, you know, assuming that there is an end of time. So I don't know, you know.
I think there is an end of time. It's about being in nirvana, you know, before dying. You know, the state of mind before dying is very important. That's what I think. But you know, no one knows for sure. You know, do you think the elites know that they've done like creepy occult experiments and they've like gathered data or whatever to know, or you think they don't know like us? They don't.
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too. I mean, I know for sure that they probably look into it. Um, like, I think that's what a lot of the psychonaut stuff is about, and like, I heard about these guys doing like DMT and stuff like that, and I'm pretty sure that they take it seriously, but um, I have no idea like the actuality of it. I mean, to me, what interests me the most is more of like, you know, the understanding of like the connection between like blood, genetics, and like mind. I think that would be like, if I had been smart enough and had enough money to get through college, like kind of what you did, that's the question I would have answered, of like, can we keep this body and this mind alive for 1,000 years? Like, that would be the question that I would want to ask, because I don't think um because I think that the amount of wisdom that you could build up over a course of 1,000 years would be like insane. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because you'd have so much perspective on things. But the problem is, I think the amount of grief you would have to go through, you'd probably like want to kill yourself before you made it that far. You know what I mean? Just like, if you're the only one who could live that long, right? And then all the people that you love died or whatever, like, that might be a little bit too painful, you know. And also, you probably become, and if you could survive it, you'd probably become like a super psychopathic person because you just had to like become so numb to shit, you know.
There's this video
Yeah.
game called Lost Odyssey, and the actual story to the main game is trash, but there is a writer, he wrote like short stories interspersed in the game, and one of them is called White Flowers. It's about this guy who is immortal, he has a family, and the family dies horribly in an earthquake. Okay, they die in an earthquake, and that was a very traumatic experience he went through. So he lives for like 1,000 years, and he goes back to the town where the earthquake occurred, and he sees that the people who are living in that village now where the earthquake occurred, they say that they recount the events that occurred 1,000 years ago differently, but he remembers how it truly occurred, like telephone game or whatever, but he truly knows what occurred, and he just laughs it off. But his life is one of pain and misery because he lives for he's immortal, right? And that earthquake happened 1,000 years ago. And I think there's nothing worse than living forever. You know what I mean? Living forever is dukkha. Living forever is dukkha. But in
Yeah,
a
it would
sense,
probably be about as close to hell as a person who's alive could experience. Most likely, yeah, I would say it's probably a very, similar to like what hell would feel like, where you just live a super long time and then have to suffer the loss of, it's kind of like this. Like, I don't know how, you don't have to give me an answer, but like, have you been in love more than like 5 or 10 times?
I've only been in love for real twice, actually, believe it or not. Once
Okay.
in a dream, or actually 3 times. Once on a subway where I saw this woman. She was reading a book, and I wanted to talk to her, but I didn't. I left the subway and I never talked to her. But something about the image of that sticks in my mind. The second time was in a dream. I had a dream I fell in love. And the woman, when I was waking up, she told me not to seek her again. She told me not to seek her again. When I thought her again in another dream, she was a malformed entity with attributes mixed in with her. Like she wasn't the same person. It was like a malformed entity, you believe it or not. The third time was with my wife now and stuff like that. So only 3 times I fell in love.
Well, I would say that you're a very lucky person. So I'm not going to say how many times I've been in love. I mean, really, really super in love, probably like, I would say, I don't know. That's a hard question. I'll say 5 times for sure, but a lot more than that, less sure. Let's put it that way. But, uh, and I'm not being funny about it. Like I'm serious, but it's kind of hard to explain. Um, but like I'll give you an example. Okay, like last night I was dreaming because I took a little NyQuil because I've been a little bit sick, right? And one thing about NyQuil is like you'll have some very intense dreams that you can remember, which is one thing I do like about being sick. So I had this dream last night that was a bad dream actually, but it's like I was on stage and there's like this band playing and I couldn't really hear the music, but it was kind of like a cool experience because they started making like a kid song, is like some sort of Disney style song for my kid or whatever. And again, I don't really remember what they said or anything like that, or what they were singing about. But long story short, then we ended up in this airplane and flying around, and a couple people fell out, including my wife. And then I woke up in my childhood home, and then looking for my wife, and I just knew she was dead or something. And the feeling of loss in that moment was very real to me at the moment, right? Um, and I knew, and I was trying to wake myself up, and I couldn't. Um, but the feeling of the loss was very real, and I woke up with this feeling of loss still with me, right? And so, and even to now, even from this morning until now, it's still kind of put me in a certain mood, right? But yeah, anyways, I don't know what I'm trying to go with that is, but the feeling of loss of falling in love is really, really hard. Now, what's weird about it is like I found that like family dying is actually easier than like the feeling of like loss from love, right? Because like there's a finality to death, but there's not really a finality to, like, losing someone that you love, and there still being like some sort of like spiritual connection or something, if that makes any sense. So like when my mom died, I definitely love my mom a lot, even though we had a somewhat contentious relationship. But all the negative feelings I had about her pretty much left when she died. Like I don't really think negatively about my mom ever. You know what I mean? Like I have nothing. All the negative things I thought before she died, like I just don't really think it really matters that much at this point, right? So, but with people that I've been in love with or whatever, like I'm not really bitter about it, I would say in general, but definitely like you go and spend time with people, whether it's a short amount of time or a long amount of time, and I've done both. There's a lot of you know, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of yourself wrapped up in those emotions, right? And I think a lot of those pieces of yourself, you can't really ever get it back. I would say, at least in my experience, like I think I was a pretty romantic thinking type of person when I was younger. And now I'm older, like I don't really feel romantic anymore about very much. I mean, like if I were single, I'm sure I could, maybe fall in love to some degree, but I don't think I'll ever fall in love to the degree that I was when I was like 16 through like 26 years old. Like for sure, I was like on another level. Like I'll never get that back for sure, I would say. And I think that's a kind of a difficult feeling. Now that may change. Who knows? Like maybe if who knows? I don't know. It might be possible, but I can't really imagine ever feeling that way again, personally. But I would say that's kind of like opinion. Like it's like a way of like you're kind of burning off these attachments. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You're muted if you're talking. I can't hear you. Yeah, I don't know if you're there, buddy, but if you come back, let me know because I'm gonna be off here in a second for a little bit. But feel free to hang out.